or not convicted yet, but unconvicted child molester, you know, child molester conviction in progress, right? And it's like, and everybody was like, cameras, look at me, I'm with Jeffrey. It's just so weird. It's like you know who he is. You know what he does. Why are you like, let's take pictures with that man? I would be like, don't take a picture with him. I would never deal with him. I don't need to make plans about what would happen if I met Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't ever meet him. Fuck him.
Shadowy dark rooms with cigar smoke, okay? We should do this in the most lit, fluorescent light bulb having restaurants where there are photographers everywhere, okay? If you're gonna hang out with Jeffrey Epstein, you have to make sure there are photographers present. Like, you can be on a private jet. You can be on a private jet. You can be on a PJ with Jeffrey and make sure we get flicked up, big dog. Make sure we get flicked up. Old people love scrapbooks. It's nuts, dude. It's so funny because especially in this one, Noam kind of looks like me on that one PJ with David Dobrik when I was leaving Coachella, and I turn around and I'm high as on mushrooms. He's looking right at the camera like, oh, what's going on? Yeah, record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Oh, there's also this aspect of it as well. This is also very, very interesting. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Look at these two besties. I know.
Oh, look, it's Bannon.
Oh, it's so cooked. It's so cooked, dude. It's so cooked. I saw someone say, not one person was like, guys, I don't think we should be taking so many photos, Lamau. Especially when you're in an environment like that. That is probably the highest likelihood that you are surrounded by at least one pedophile, okay? Like, statistically, if you're going to a billionaire super donor meal, you know, you are probably way more likely to be around someone who is genuinely evil. So why are you just like, oh, I can't wait to snap up. Hey, let's get flicked up, big dog. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for me. Let's go. We're all besties. And I've already talked about this before. Part of it is because, you know, this was Jeffrey Epstein's job, right? Was to be the network between all these people and also compromise, you know, photograph everything. And the other reason why a lot of these people seemingly did not give a shit about being photographed smiling for an event like this was because they felt untouchable. They felt completely untouchable. They're like, who the fuck's gonna do anything? Just in, House Oversight, Democrats have published fresh photos taken inside of Jeffrey Epstein's estate showing a Ukrainian passport, a censored image of Bill Gates with a woman, text referencing the delivery of girls, and a foot tattooed with a line from Lolita.
Look at the names.
Also, Bilbo Baggins. How many times was this dude? How many times was this hanging out with Jeffrey, bro? He, at first, when we first got an inclination that old Bilbo Baggins over here, old Bilbo bitch tits, not Bill Burr, was hanging out. It was his wife, his ex-wife, that kind of, you know, really called his ass out a little bit, okay? And was like, this is not great. Now, I thought partially, I thought she was using this as a way to just do a massive PR hit to Bilbo while they were going through this divorce, right? But what I find really strange is it turns out this was hanging out non-stop. He was all over Jeffrey. Like, every time you find out, it's same with Noam Chomsky. You find out Noam Chomsky at first, a couple years ago, you find out that maybe Noam Chomsky actually met with Jeffrey Epstein's butler when he was in France. And you're like, that's strange. How the f did that happen? Why did that happen? Right? And then it's never once. And it's never with someone that's just like kind of connected with Jeffrey Epstein. You're literally like, every tranche that comes out, every new massive reveal that comes out, there's another photo with Noam Chomsky and Jeffrey Epstein. Then there's a photo with Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon. Then there's another photo, but this time Noam Chomsky's on the Chomo Express. How is that possible? What's next? Are we gonna see Noam sucking on Jeffrey's toes in the next photo? Him sitting on the dentist chair in just his tidy whities? Like, what the fuck is happening? Noam Chomsky hanging out with Ehud Barak in 2015. Chomsky choosing to stain his legacy by befriending an Israeli war criminal via Epstein is sad, but also contemptible in light of his undercutting of the BDS movement. Good memories, Chomsky to Epstein and Barak. Bro, stop answering every email. I mean, it's too late. He's like 950 years old. I don't even think he's able to answer emails now, but like, what the hell, man? Some emails you don't answer. Stop. You guys are such assholes. Jesus Christ. Listen, you can accuse me of many things, but you can't accuse me of being a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. I am not an anarchist. Okay? So that's the one thing. Multiple angles, bub. Y'all are such assholes, dude. Y'all are such douchebags, bro. Why do I need haters, man? I got literally the worst. I got 33,000 of the worst haters in here right now. Okay, you know how sometimes people be like, oh, do you feel like, oh, come on. You know how sometimes people will be, how many angles did you make? Sometimes people ask me the question like, what percentage of your audience do you think are actually hate watching right now? I have the answer. It's called 100%. Okay? 100%. Y'all need to stop. You guys make jokes like this, and then my haters take them, and then they blast them everywhere. And in this day and age, because people are so stupid, they believe it, dude. They straight up believe it. Not our fault you were on the plane, little bro. Bro, how old are you in that picture? You've aged incredibly well. Thank you. Wow, I'm a new viewer. This is very damning. How many photos did you take? But yeah, the point is, when you find out anyone, and I mean anyone, is in any way, shape, or form publicly connected to Jeffrey Epstein or was around Jeffrey Epstein at a public event or something, just know that there is going to be probably 15 more photos. Okay? Minimum. I just saw on Barry Weiss's The Free Press that you were on the plane with Chomsky and Jeffrey. Do you have a defense? First of all, if I was on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky, Barry Weiss would be coming to my defense, okay? Make no mistake. The Free Press would be promoting me as like a hero and how one of the more tolerant voices that is somewhat critical of Israel, but not that critical ultimately, and we should actually open space for a diversity of opinion, okay? The Epstein story? Count me out. Not so fast, David. Al Stems will release more photos provided the oversight committee from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. What is this? Here's a weirdest picture with Jeffrey Epstein and some women. Oh my God, brother. What the hell? More Bill Gates. More Bill Gates. More Bilbo. Bro, I swear to God. Dude, these guys, it was like, it was so exciting for them, I think. Because it's like, you do it once, you're like, oh man, I'm hooked. I have to hang out with the pedophile sex trafficker, dude. He is such great company. This kind of shit blows my mind, dude. It's like how does one man have so much time to do so many social functions? Like, I don't even understand what this guy's social calendar looked like. Bilbo, when he was outed as being connected to Jeffrey Epstein by his now ex-wife, by the way, straight up turned around and was like, oh, we just met one time, barely, don't even know the guy, hate the guy, actually hate the guy, please do not assume that I was pictured in a million different photos with
Ooh, I
Jeffrey
want this
Epstein, the
It's expensive,
prolific
but I want
international sex trafficker of children as well as adults. This is a Lolita tattoo on the foot of someone with the Lolita book in the background. For those of you who don't know, obviously Lolita is a story about pedophilia. That's also part of the reason why it's titled Brace Belden with Jeffrey Epstein. TrueAnon responds, at the time I was faculty at MIT Media Lab working on what would become the online downloadable radio. Epstein funding was crucial for our work. I only met him 36 times. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, a real hero. He invented podcasts. And so did Jeffrey Epstein, I guess, by way of Brace Belden. Here's Jeffrey dressed up in the garb. Photo of the island temple that's very suspicious. There is a selection of Lolita-themed body drawings taken from the new Epstein release. She was Dolores on the dotted line. What? What is that word? Dolores is the girl in Lolita. I did not read it. She was Polly at the school. She was low, plain low in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. Dolly? D brother?
What's wrong with these weird demons?
You know what's crazy about this, for the record? We know Jeffrey Epstein was straight up illiterate and
illiterate?
could not read or write.
Really?
So the very fact that the one book that he
read or
seemingly
write?
read and wrote quotes from on the body of someone was Lolita is enough to put him in prison, okay? If you know who can't read or write, but seemingly they can't drop this copy of Lolita that is definitely well read. I mean, look at the damage on this shit, okay? Yeah, you can't even spine check that bitch. That thing has been crumpled up multiple times. Probably some pages stuck together, if you know what I'm saying. This guy really read the fuck out of that book. The one time he read a book was Lolita. He can't read. Have you seen his email correspondence? Geez, was it a smut book? I don't think it's I wouldn't say it's like I don't know. I don't know if the intention was for it to be a smut book. But if you are a pedophile, I think you can get that out of it, seemingly as Jeffrey Epstein did. Yeah, it's supposed to be an indictment of pedophilia. My anti-pedophilia work is now being celebrated by pedophiles all around the world. It's a criticism of its subject matter, but it's not sufficiently critical, and it does kind of linger on the lewd sexual aspects as if they weren't rape. The thing about Lolita is it's supposed to be a very scathing indictment of a pedo, and pedophiles take it and are like, oh my god, wait, this is so hot actually. Arrest warrant issued for the suspect in Brown. Yeah, we're waiting on that. I just moved into this direction because there is some new data dumps that came out. Big dumps. There's a CNN video on it as well. Let's take a look at what CNN is saying about it, I guess, while we wait for the Brown University shooter apprehension.
To release all the Epstein files. We just got 5 more pictures from the Epstein estate, courtesy of Democrats who are eager to keep the story in the headlines. The photos were provided without context. CNN's MJ Lee is here. MJ, can you tell us what these images show?
Yeah, Dana, first of all, I'm really glad that you said that these photographs have been released without any kind of context. We shouldn't be reading into them. What we can do is simply describe what we are seeing here, and certainly we can talk about the political context that is behind all of this as well. The photos as...
Oh, shit. Parapower mapping. Absolute clock. Hey, I just noticed something. Oh my God.
Oh my God. He forced some girl to tattoo Lolita on her body because she was like property. And it's the thing that, and the thing matches the thing that Donald Trump sent. Do you see it?
Hey, I just noticed something. Oh my God. I mean, it could be a total coincidence, but contextually, very, very strange. Hassan, you are a little bitch. When are you going to start crying about Asmongold? Not anytime soon. Why are you concerned about this? Shouldn't you be watching him instead? Did you get bored of the yeah-bastes? So you came in here? We're calling your president a pedophile, dog. Okay, you got some takes on that? The guy you love is a pedophile, I think. Or at the very least was writing freaky ass bullshit to a very famous pedophile. Yeah, pedo president. Yeah, based. He's watching you right now. That's why the freaks are here. Yeah. Chatter is 30. That's so sad. Yeah. Hassan, you're being very uncharitable. These clips are out of context. What if in all of these photos, the moment afterwards, they put their thumbs down and said boo? Yeah. While they were writing this Lolita reference on the body of a woman, they were actually shaking their head in disagreement. And it doesn't actually show that. And that's why it's out of context. They were actually trying to, much like Lolita, make a statement about how pedophilia is bad and wrong.
You said were just now released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. They were obtained from the Epstein estate, and committee Democrats also are saying that they were received without the context. So it's not as though they are holding back context that they otherwise have from the estate. So here are the 5 new photographs. First, we have, if you see up there on the screen, a woman's foot with a quote from Lolita. This is...
Did they kill this girl?
A novel about a man's sexual obsession with a 12-year-old girl. You see in the background there the actual book itself.
I don't know if that's a tattoo. I think it's just a permanent marker.
And then we have a photo that...
No, I think it is actually maybe a jailhouse tat, yeah.
Appears to be a series of text messages sent by somebody, and again, we don't know who, discussing, quote, sending girls. Let me just read some of these texts. I don't know, try to send someone else. One text says, I have a friend, Scout. She
$1,000 per girl. This was released by the House Oversight Democrats. Wow.
She sent me some girls today, but she asks $1,000 per girl. I will send you girls now. Maybe someone will be good for Jay. Don't know who Jay is. Redacted information, I think we are seeing as well about this girl, presumably, including age and height measurements. The next photo is what appears to be a Ukrainian woman's passport. No context there, of course, about who this person might be. And then we have 2 photos, one a philosopher Noam Chomsky on a plane with Epstein, and then Bill Gates posing for a photograph with a woman, but the woman's face has been redacted by the House Democrats. They've been doing this to, they say, to make sure that they are protecting the...
Oh, they are going to release the files. They want to release whatever doctor files they're going to release tomorrow, which is insane. I didn't know.
Identities of
What happens tomorrow? Does all of Hollywood and all of politics like fall? When we find out Donald Trump did what he did, will they put him in jail or will we have civil war?
Potential Epstein victim.
I'm starting to get scared. I think something really big might start to happen.
And I should just be careful to note that Gates has previously said that he regrets.
I like how they're not using any of the 4chan slang that QAnon acolytes believe that Epstein's trafficking ring used. Yeah, because they were making that shit up, because their conspiracies are just conspiracy theories and they're far-fetched and they're stupid. Apparently, the real international sex trafficking of minors ring that was taking place in the highest levels of American society was straight up like, hey, do you want to do rapes on children? Here are the 18-year-olds classifications or whatever the they were doing. Like it's literally, they were just doing it in broad daylight. Okay, there is no like you know, cheese pizza or hot dogs, no code words, only photos, literally photographing every part of this process. Okay, total impunity. Who's gonna get us? Who's gonna say anything? That is, I think, one of the greatest ways of destroying the QAnon style conspiracy theories was the idea that these like societal elites would actually feel the necessity to do OPSEC, that they would actually try to simultaneously send these sorts of emails on the company email, which they apparently were, for the record, or at least they were using their personal emails, personal email accounts, but like they would feel the necessity to like shelter others from what the they're doing, you know? Nope. Turns out they were just like, we love photographing our illicit acts. I'm a big fan of this. Please, let's take more photos.
Meeting with Epstein, whereas Chomsky has previously declined CNN's request for comment. So, Dana, there's nothing here that explicitly seems to sort of depict any kind of sexual misconduct. But again, without any kind of proper context, we have no idea what these text messages are supposed to suggest, what the significance of these images might be. But as you say, you know, this has been sort of a pattern that we have seen from House Democrats, sort of a slow rolling release of small batches at times of information.
Yeah, what's with the slow roll? Just release the fucking files. It's like, I think they're trying to scare the Republicans into doing something crazy just to out themselves. Because I think this is the final play. I think this is the final play. I think they're going to actually maybe make an attempt on Trump, I guess. They're going to either demand that he goes to jail or fight the civil war over if he won't go. It's fucking crazy.
That they have gotten from the Epstein estate. And
no, I don't think it's that bad yet, but they're going like a day by day because I think they want the Republicans to freak the fuck out and make some kind of tactical mistake, which is just insane. They're using the like these poor children who were like abused by these terrible people as ammunition in their fucking crazy political war. And America is so sordid and dirty now. I used to believe that we were somebody better than this. We are using children as bullets in a political war.
Republicans on the committee have certainly accused Democrats of cherry picking certain information to release a little bit at a time for political reasons. And
they're trying to scare Trump and all his little cronies into fucking tearing each other apart and outing each other and seeing if they'll like Fiddy probably taught them. Fiddy probably might have actually been around these Democrats. It's kind of funny. And Fiddy came in and he's like, trust me, these guys are fucking stupid. If you scare them at all, they'll just tear each other apart. And maybe they will. Maybe they will. Like all they have to do is like every day they release a little bit more, right? Until they just release the files because they're scared of it all at once. It's just insane.
I do think it is an important question to sort of ask what the service might be that Democrats think they are.
There is so much crazy chat in his thing. Yeah, they're being careful. They don't want to get sued, which is right. Yeah, I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Are serving by doing this in this manner when they could be releasing perhaps everything at the same time, or maybe waiting until we do have the context so we can understand what exactly we are seeing here?
Well, we're talking about it. So that gives the answer to your question. And we're doing it, I should say, not to be flip. We are doing this because it is an important news story.
Shit, maybe I should be watching CNN. I'm a little bit far behind now.
Particularly
I was watching something from way earlier today at noon. I'm behind now.
On the eve of the important date on the calendar tomorrow, which is the DOJ is by law supposed to release the Epstein files. So what we are seeing is perhaps, yes, sort of examples or illustration of some of what we're going to see, much of which might not have the context in and around them.
Is this how your haters see context? I don't even know what you're referencing here, but the reason why, like, people who are super pro-Israel, like Dana Fash, for example, have no issue covering this story or are not, like, invested in sheltering the public from the story at all because it's a high-profile story, is because, one, it would invite way more suspicion if CNN somehow magically didn't cover the story. Everybody understands why Fox News refuses to cover it, right? But also, the other reason is because in the normie sphere, if you haven't noticed, in the normie sphere, there is very little coverage of Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with Ehud Barak or with Israel in particular. Okay? So they give you everything, but not everything. Some of the connective tissue that would invite suspicion about Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with the state of Israel are oftentimes left out from mainstream coverage, if you noticed.
Good to see you.
There has, for example, been very little coverage from mainstream resources, if at all, about the numerous dealings that Jeffrey Epstein had with the state of Israel. None whatsoever. It's very suspicious. The Epstein story reveals the corruption of a broad swath of the U.S. elite while featuring a certain nasty little Middle Eastern regime in a starring role. Pro-Israel insiders disliked the story and wanted to go away for the same reason. Yeah, extraordinary journalism that also ought to put some of the some of the nonsense around the Epstein story, but probably won't. The untold story of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich, and this story basically reveals that Jeffrey Epstein is like a small-time con man who just seemingly leveled up all of his cons by being a real charmer until he got to like Les Wexner. Okay, that's what it makes it. That's how they present it on the New York Times. It was like their big budget Jeffrey Epstein investigation. You know, it's unique, let's just say. And Julie K. Brown responded, said, hundreds of girls and young women were sexually assaulted by Epstein and other men to be men he associated with. I don't think that is nonsense. Huge story from New York Times investigation into Trump and Epstein. Don's best friend, how Epstein and Trump bonded over the pursuit of women. So they're, on the one hand, tying Jeffrey Epstein back to Donald Trump, okay? But also on the other...
So let's say they totally drop the bomb tomorrow and Trump is a child molester and it's confirmed in the public's eyes. Do the police just go to wherever he is and issue a warrant and just go and get him within the next day? Or does he just ignore it and say, I'm president, you can't do anything until the end? How does this play out? I'm scared that there might be some civil war. I'm fucking terrified if the right wing backs this child molester, there will be civil war.
The other hand, I mean, they're doing a decent job with that, and so are the Democrats. But on the other hand, they just, I feel like they use Donald Trump as like a red herring. It is very strange that the only coverage around Jeffrey Epstein's connections directly to Israeli spies, yes, Israeli spy Yoni Koren, who stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment, or Ehud Barak, or the numerous deals that he cut selling Israeli spyware to the countries all around the world. All that stuff is left out from mainstream discourse. Okay? And it is very interesting. Very interesting. So in some ways, it's like, in some ways, they make you feel like your curiosity is satisfied. And in other ways, I think they just leave some of this information out.
But it's exactly what we're getting today.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, it's not as though there is some public rollout plan that we've gotten from the Justice Department about how tomorrow might go if these files end up being released tomorrow to begin with. But we do generally expect that whenever these files are released by the Justice Department, it will be broader in scope than anything else that we have seen so far. I mean, we are talking about years and years of information that the DOJ might have access to, but we don't know, for example, Dana, what kinds of redactions are being made. You know, I've spoken to Epstein survivors who have said they've not been contacted in any way by the DOJ. Lawyers for them have said, you know, some of us have been contacted, others have not, to discuss redactions.
For the record, in terms of her own personal connection to the story, okay, worth noting, Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff of the CIA and the Department of Defense, and the ex-husband of CNN host Dana Bash, had dealings with a top Israeli spy who stayed for weeks at a time at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment in New York. They continued to coordinate privately together for years. Just so you know. So, like, and to be fair to Dana, this was a relationship or a marriage that lasted from 1998 to 2007. Okay? So I believe this happened after they were married. She then married CNN co-host, co-anchor John King until from 2008 to 2012. But, you know, the whole, like, it's a big club and everyone is just like somehow involved in it is, you know, it's a part of that.
And then I think we should be just taking a real effort to make sure the conversation is being brought back to the survivors. You know, some of them have told me that the slow rolling nature of these disclosures.
But like I said, I am not saying that Dana Bash was knowledgeable on everything that was going on. I'm not implying that. I'm not saying that at all. Like I said, she was married to this person up until 2007.
Have been incredibly triggering because they don't know when these images might suddenly pop up on their TV screens or on the internet. And some of these images, when they see them, sort of bring them back to the moments that they experience this kind of trauma and abuse from Jeffrey Epstein and perhaps others around him.
Yeah, a very, very important note there, MJ. Thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. And my smart panel is back here. David Chalian.
Well, I keep thinking as I'm listening to this and looking at these films, what if, as Susie Wiles said, Pam Bondi did not completely whiff at the Epstein files, as the White House Chief of Staff described the Attorney General's approach in this beginning? And what if the administration sort of...
Hassan loves the Zionists when they're attacking whites. This guy would never walk through a black community alone. Abu Hamza 97. Definitely a very real account. And not just a straight up Nazi LARPing with an Arab name. Grifting fraud homosexual. You'll get him next time, chatter.
Followed political crisis management 101, got their arms around this, put out everything, and they would be able to provide all the context around it. You wouldn't have moments like this of the House Democrats, you know, being able to like put stuff out drip by drip and create a daily headache for the administration. I know that's backward looking, but as I was just listening to MJ, I was like, the administration had an opportunity here. One, by the way, that the president's own base was demanding to see everything and put their frame around it, and they did not take that opportunity.
Listen to what AOC said about sort of her commentary or analysis of what we're seeing out of the White House vis-a-vis what's happening in the world of the release of the Epstein files. Oh, forgive me, quote, it's not a soundbite. Reminder, here's what she said, reminder that the Epstein files are supposed to be released on Friday, and every political development that you see between now until then should be viewed with that in mind.
Yeah, I think that it's also, yes, and also what the president did when he signed the legislation from Congress to release these files, I remember he really framed it as the Democrats are too focused on this, I want to move on, get it out, and whatnot. But as David points out, this is something that his own Justice Department could have done months ago. He didn't have to be forced by this bipartisan majority in the House and the Senate to release these files. And I think the whole episode, you know, politically speaking, really showed just the weakness of two leaders of the Republican Party. One obviously being Trump, that he let this, you know, what he didn't want for so long actually happen, and also the weakness of Mike Johnson. I mean, clearly the rank and file overrode him. He did not want this on the floor. He followed the wishes of the president to not put this up for a vote, and it just really, and this is kind of also where the dam started breaking. We saw breaks from Republicans, breaks coming from Republicans to Donald Trump on a lot of other issues. Obviously, it could be related to his poll numbers, which aren't very good right now. But this is really, you know, almost a seminal episode of this, of the saga, if you will, between the Republican Party and Donald Trump.
That's a good point.
I think that's actually a really great point. You obviously cautious with connect.
Someone said, "Did you kill your dog?" Yes, she's dead now.
Connecting trend lines or different elements that you're seeing, but this was the first time I think everybody looked around and thought, oh, there are some Republicans, not a ton, but there are some Republicans, at least initially, who are willing to buck kind of the leader that.
God, the commentary is so boring on this. Okay, sorry, no disrespect to CNN, but kind of disrespect to CNN. Yeah, so many people accidentally hanging out with post-conviction Jeffrey Epstein, just slipping on banana peels and falling into his Manhattan apartment. Once again, a statement followed the New York Times because these photos came out of David Brooks, who had conveniently written an article about, you know, this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, count me out of it, not really interested in it, and you shouldn't either. He wrote that for the New York Times. So, of course, when these photos came out, everyone was like, you're photographed at an event with the pedophile that you are telling people to stop paying attention to. That's kind of strange. And so their statement was, as a journalist, David Brooks regularly attends events to speak with noted and important business leaders to inform his columns, which is exactly what happened at this 2011 event. Mr. Brooks had no contact with him before or after the single attendance at a widely attended dinner. Trump sent Epstein. This is the other thing that I wanted to talk about. This is the exhaustive proof that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were very close and cooperated extensively in their sexual pursuits. This is from the piece from the New York Times. Trump said, here's some choice quotes from it. Trump sent Epstein modeling cards to peruse like a menu. In an email among those released by Congress in November, Mr. Epstein boasted he gave Trump a 20-year-old woman whom Mr. Epstein dated in the 90s. During a flight together in the early 90s, Mr. Trump came on to another Epstein employee traveling with them, telling her that he could have anyone he wanted, according to a different Epstein worker who learned of the incident. A separate Epstein employee from that era recalled that Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. She remembered one call in the mid-1990s on which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table, the former assistant said. But this is the most damning part of this. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife. This is Trump's wife, the one that he like buried under the golf course, okay? The one that I believe also accused him of sexual assault. Trump's wife, to the mother of a 14-year-old model, said, "Do not let her near my husband." During a trip to the bathroom, They ran into Mr. Trump's wife, whom they had met earlier. Oh wait, no, this is Marla Maples. Sorry, this is not the one that was. This is not Ivana, who is Ivanka's mother, was the one who accused him of sexual assault. This is wife number 2. I apologize for getting the wives wrong. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Miss Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband. She told Miss Coleman, protect her. This is the mother of the often forgotten ugly duckling Trump, Tiffany's mom. Donald Trump actually avoids mentioning Tiffany completely, as a matter of fact, despite the fact that Tiffany Trump actually had a blossoming career in music and was way ahead of the game.
Ooh, in a couple of weeks, I'm gonna blow like $50 on Starfield mods because there's a ton more and they're good. I might actually hit my limit. It's a good little hobby.
With her ambitious music project that she put together alongside the rapper Logic, available on Amazon Prime Music. Tiffany XCX, dude, she's a real one. Y'all don't understand. Hello, I am from Israel. This is my music. Okay, honestly, Israel could never. I feel like that is more workable than Israeli music. Also, because it's not psytrance. Okay, it's not. So it's not from Israel. That's how you know it. What is this?
Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, yeah. I don't know who that man is.
But I would love to get a photo with him.
I'm sorry, who's here? Jeffrey Epstein? The man with the evil island? I've heard some very bad things.
Would he take a photo with me, though?
No, sorry, I can't make it tonight. I have dinner with this
mysterious man who I've never heard of before, yet I'm giving my time to.
Jeffrey Epstein. Have you heard of him?
We will be taking a photo together.
Okay, this is true, though. Like,
we will be taking a photo.
It's jokes, but also seemingly not jokes. That's what happened.
Yes, I do run a giant tech corporation and I take it very seriously, but if 90% of my time is not spent taking photos with Jeffrey Epstein,
then what is it all for?
I just want to make it clear, though, that I do not know no one knows who this man is, but we all need to get a photo with him for some goddamn reason. I'm sorry, what's her name?
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I don't know who that is, but her name starts with Jizz, so...
Get her in the photo op.
Yep. Jokes are real, dude. At least like with the home photos, like, which we haven't even seen too much of. Okay. Oh, Lukashenko glazing Xi in China. I love. Dude, the Lukashenko interview is so funny. I saw pieces of this, including this one. I mean, because it's Lukashenko. He's just a very funny guy. All right, let's watch. He said so. This isn't she like a Newsmax person? Like now, former Fox News anchor Greta interviewing Lukashenko here for, I assume, Newsmax. Let's take a look.
What's he like? What's President Xi like?
Человек? Он китаец.
I wish one day they will remember me this way when they go, "What's he like, Hassan Piker?" He is Chinese.
What does that mean?
Что это значит?
Это значит, что он
It means he's smart, neat, impossibly calm, just like all the Chinese.
Спокойный до невозможности, как все китайцы. Это их особенность.
A peculiarity of theirs is that they don't rush anywhere.
Это умные люди,
they are smart people, an extremely ancient civilization.
Цивилизация древнейшая, которые понимают.
Dude, I swear he is the best, dude. I mean, he's not. For understandable reasons, but like, he's such a funny character. It's everything. Every time this is on camera, it's bangers. Okay? They understand that sooner or later, that existing problem has to be resolved.
Рано или поздно Проблема, которая существует, должна быть разрешена.
What's he like?
He's New York mayoral material. I do love Lukashenko. That photo op that he did with Steven Seagal. That's one that that's one that I absolutely love. Like with the big old carrots and shit. What is this, bro? I thought we were covering the new Tiffany Trump song. No, I moved on already. He just hands him a raw turnip. I made my first ever emo for the community. Lib him up. It doesn't work. Where are the hands? Barry White's town hall ratings disaster. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that already. Scoop. After an underwhelming ratings performance for Barry White's town hall with Erica Kirk, the CBS News editor-in-chief quietly delayed a planned address to staffers about the network's future, pushing it back to January instead. What happened? Duh. I thought she was popping. I thought she was gonna get shit popping over at CBS. This is not gonna work for us, okay? Anyway, I don't know what the hell happened with this conference, by the way. Oh, she's bringing JD Vance onto CBS. Oh, that's gonna be good. Yeah, no, this is... Are we still capable of talking to each other? CBS News and the Free Press think so. Introducing Things That Matter, debates, town halls, live audiences, hard questions, debuting in 2026. Brought to you by Bank of America. This is what I was talking about when I tweeted the whole, like, the anti-woke backlash is here already, but because corporations are so slow to respond to things like this, cultural forces in general, it's gonna lean into deep into 2026. Worst website to post is on, but culture is already swinging back to stigmatizing and dunking on the ugly and often violent anti-woke cry-bully behavior that was the MAGA rallying cry. However, corporations lag and will continue their pivot to posturing right deep into 2026. So that is absolutely, like, the cultural correction against far-right demonstrations is already here. It's not as organized, but the anger and resentment towards that sort of thing is already here. But of course, the likes of Bank of America are not going to move as fast, which is precisely the reason why they're still doing dumb shit like this. Bank of America sponsoring CBS News' right-wing town hall series. They're dunking on Olivia Reingold. My magnum opus, dedicated to all the ideologues of my childhood, the Jewish parents who raised Mamdani voters. When your magnum opus is 1,000 words and probably required 6 15-minute phone interviews. Press conference delayed indefinitely? Did you already see this? Oh yeah. Jeffrey's on a Barstool podcast. Well, first of all, it's not just any Barstool podcast. This is PFT's podcast, macro dosing. Okay, so it's you know. Hakeem Jeffries on a Barstool podcast. President Trump promised, as candidate Trump, no more foreign wars, and he's doing the exact opposite.
What is your view on the Trump brinkmanship towards Venezuela?
Yeah, well, I'm not supportive of it at all. I think that this effort potentially to try to trigger regime change is very dangerous. We've seen this happen in other parts of the world, particularly in Iraq. It never works out. And the last thing that we need is another failed war. As a matter of fact, President Trump promised as...
I've got bad news about Braze. Yeah, no, it's fine. He explained it. At the time, he was faculty at MIT Media Lab working on what would become online downloadable radio. Epstein's funding was crucial for our work. I only met him 36 times. And he only sucked on Epstein's toes, I think. I mean, he didn't reveal that, but he revealed that to me. And also, he always kept his underwear on whenever he was on the premises. So it's you know, in all 36 times he kept his underwear on. So you guys don't have to worry about that stuff if that was what you were worried about. And the socks were on, so it wasn't gay. And he said no homo afterwards. Clearly Woody Allen. Yes, it is Woody Allen, chatters. It's not. That's the joke. Okay.
Candidate Trump, no more foreign wars. And he's doing the exact opposite by potentially triggering one as it relates to Venezuela. I don't support the Maduro regime, but there are bad actors all across the world. And we've got a lot of problems here in this country that we need to resolve in order to make sure that people have the ability to provide for themselves and their families. Far too many people, like literally middle-class people, are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
God, he's so hot. God, I'm just... Oh, he's so sexy. He's so charismatic. How did we, as Americans, arrive at such a sexual dynamo as the leader of the opposition? Like, you don't even have to be a Democrat. You can just be a person who wants democracy to thrive. And every day, wake up and think to yourself, thank God Hakeem is leading the charge. That's how I feel, at least. Anyway, what is this? In regards to the economy?
So there was this blog post that went...
Why $140,000 is the new poor? Hakeem is my dad, and he said shut up. He's my daddy, and I will never shut up. America Fest starts in like 10 minutes, and they brought the tent? No. What the is going on, brother? Oh my God. Oh my God, that's crazy. They brought the tent? Not only did they bring the tent, okay, what I also found somewhat strange was that they are unironically, so Turning Point USA, our first AmeriFest without Charlie begins today. Though we feel his absence in every way, what he built will continue here, louder and stronger than ever. Let's make this one count for Charlie. Toilet Paper USA, as you guys know, do these sorts of conferences. But what's crazy about it is that they're also unironically posting the We Are Charlie Kirk song. I guess not, though. I guess technically they're just saying we're all Charlie Kirk as like the rallying cry. I wonder if they're going to. I wonder if they're going to actually do the carry the flame. If they do the carry the flame thing in the opening, because if they do, I will die. Okay. 20 minutes according to their official rumbling. Oh, you're talking about the Turning Point USA conference. I don't even know if I'll be around for then, because we have to do Fear End much earlier today because of Will. But hopefully I'll have some time to take a look at it. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
Are you there? Do you see the RV? If they fucked with her, I'm gonna unzip on these assholes. Better stay back! Cocksucker! Look at this guy. You got no way out. No way out now. Motherfucking die! No way out! Come and get it!
Oh, this hill's gonna get me killed.
Ass white! Take cover, bruh! Cocksucker! You're dead! I can use a hand! You stupid motherfucker! Motherfucker! Fuckhead. Brother! Duck! Get back! You're so fucking dead! Yo, watch out! Oh, boy's messed up! I see the RV moving! Come pick me up at the liquor store. We're going somewhere special. This is too much!
This is one of my favorite reads when I'm sitting by the campfire or like relaxing.
You know what's really crazy about this? They love taking photos. Like every billionaire, every super wealthy, super connected elite.
Got him. Sticky bombs for good. I killed him. I can't believe I did that timing. I wasn't even looking. I was just like, I know where he is. I'm gonna get him. Chuck the bomb. Killed them all with sticky bombs. One of the better fucking things I've ever done on this stream, maybe. Just killed all those NPCs with 2 sticky bombs. That's actually really hard to do, what I just did. Timed it all perfectly. Fucking just, you know. It's not hard, but it's hard to nail as smooth as I made it look. I used to dream of being that good, doing stuff like that, like chucking 2 sticky bombs and wiping out 2 NPCs full speed without fucking looking behind me and shit like that. My skill level has definitely gone up, you know. Wish I could buy armor. Is there? Can I look at the map and see it?
God damn it! Ah, we got it. Here's our destination. Let's go.
Reminds me of Breaking Bad.
So, the hombre Wade told us about this place in town. Some kind of abandoned warehouse. We're gonna make it our own, swat that shit and turn it into something we're gonna call the Freak Shop. That's where the troop's gonna get everything done. Business and pleasure. You'll love it.
So I already did this, I guess. Did I do this already? I didn't think so. I thought I already unlocked the Freak Shop, but maybe you just have to buy it. Oh no, maybe I'm getting like a second Freak Shop. Is that it? He wants to expand the operation. Oh, okay. You get more money if you have like a second Freak Shop. Okay. Makes sense. This was a long series of missions that took me like a week, and it's taken me like 4 weeks in real time. But yeah, like it was like days.
Motherfucking lost! They followed us! Shit! Hello?
Annoying.
I will throw a dildo at your face! That's why we drink and drive.
Journey might be a
Let me
problem.
tell you something, my friend. Deep down, you've always been a fooligan. Just like Cousin Wade. Know what a fooligan is? Folks are gonna tell you it's about a band, or getting fucked up, or walking around with your junk out. And yeah, that's a big part of it. But it's also about not giving a fuck. Given that you're willing to drive some lunatic,
Oh, I got his ass too. See, I used to dream of doing like kills like that. I never used to have the skill, but I do now. Something about it in the last like 4 years. My skill level went way up higher when I became a streamer.
I'd say you clearly
I got that guy from so fucking far. I don't know. I didn't even know he was there. I just shot his
You
ass.
like that? It's a hell of a name for a hell of a fooligan. The only name you're ever
his
gonna
ass.
need. Let's go! Fuck your butthole! Punch it! I got him!
Oh, he's shooting at them? That's good that he's here.
I can't drive
Oh,
for shit
no,
either.
no.
Be careful! This thing's gotta make it to the warehouse!
Yeah.
Cool crash, bro. Fuck you, ass sweat!
This is just funny. Get off me.
I will throw a dildo at your face!
Some of these vehicles you can shoot behind you, which is kind of cool. No thanks. It's funny watching the motorcycles like it's gonna get ran over.
Fuck yeah! Come on, fresh meat, lose them!
Almost there. What the fuck are you doing, asshole? Get the fuck out of my way.
Haha, that's the end of them! We're home
Nice,
free,
we're home
fresh
free,
meat.
huh? Nice, yeah, that was a good mission. It took a while. I'm gonna finish the rest of my Spanakopita now. Spanakopita!
Hey, nice driving! Damn, this reminds me of the time I did peyote in my cousin's cornfield. I just looked down all the rows and thought, wow, infinity. That's where we're going, friend. You just sit tight.
right at the end, because I will, and then I'll have to do the whole shooting sequence again. I don't want to. So take it real slow. I love this game. It's such a great little lackadaisical game that you can just do at your own pace. It never ends. It's just a sandbox that keeps you occupied all the time.
There it is. Big love, fresh meat. Be ready for my call, and then be ready for anything.
Nice, we made it. And I only died once. Yay. I didn't even fail the mission. Nice. Console survival is back. Diddy, the missing 10 minutes that would have changed everything, which is from 2 days ago. Why 50 Cent hates his son. I hate this so much. I hate what so much? Star Citizen. Too tight. MC Hammer's unreleased Death Row album. MC Hammer had a Death Row album that was never released. That's crazy. How did he influence an era of exploitation? Surface mass weapons are getting serious yet.
A lot of murmurings around Starfield have picked back up a couple weeks ago from the Game Awards because of Bethesda's silence, but recently several insiders have come out and stated that some folks were invited to a private showing of some of Starfield's upcoming plans. Folks such as Juicehead in particular, whom I absolutely trust, have chimed in saying they've seen a look into what the future holds for Starfield, and several who have claimed to be...
just log in and play it. Fuck it. I'm not into spoilers anymore. The P. Diddy curse, the tragic story of Craig Mack.
What's up, everybody? Of course, this is your man P Solo back in the building. Once again, what's good with y'all out there too, by the way. All right, y'all, look, let's go ahead and get right into it. First and foremost, 50 Cent was always going to get Diddy, number one. I get all of these people, you know, they're messaging us, they're emailing us, you know, maybe they're not doing email. Some of them are, a few of them are, but people are DMing me and leaving comments and talking about how could you, and they're crying about this situation. And here's my thing about it. So what, niggas? So what? Rap niggas are dumb. I done said this before over and over and over. Possibly some of the slowest people moving around on the planet. They just don't get it. They don't want to get it. They want to act brand new, inconvenient. Here's the thing about it. Let me tell you how dumb rap fans can be, and possibly are. All right, if Diddy had got rid of 50 in some sort of manner, I don't know, some sort of scandal, something that would have come out, something that would have put 50 Cent's bloated face back up on the map, put him back up on the billboard where he can get embarrassed, where there could be a documentary, where he could be canceled. You know what dumbass rap fans would have been saying right now? Man, yo, man, that ain't right, man. You know, Diddy killed Tupac. Diddy killed Biggie, man. Yo, I think Diddy was trying to kill Faith Evans. And then a bunch of people would have been out there. They would have been out there trying to defend 50 Cent. I tell y'all, y'all can't win with rap niggas, okay? It's the classic trope of rap niggas. They don't know what they want. Let me give you an example. A rap nigga can be rapping underground for years. They'll be like, yo, bro, you underrated, man. Man, you one of the best, man. You so underrated, man. Someday you gonna blow up, man. I can't wait, man. Yo, you hella underrated, man. Yo, man, you underrated, right? Then the minute they get some fame, the minute they get some attention for their hard work and effort, then here come the dumbass rap fans. Man, you done fell off, nigga. What's wrong with you, nigga? Man, you used to be dope, nigga. So the same thing can be said about this situation here, all right? Number one, these rap niggas do not care. They don't care. I saw some stuff earlier about Umar Johnson talking about where's the documentary for the Jeffrey Epstein? Where's the documentary for all these other people? Harvey Weinstein or whatever other Stein, Frankenstein.
The greatest threat to people put in solitary confinement is they try to kill themselves. Imagine that. You're only in a room for 24 hours, you start to go crazy.
The monsters are still out there. You took our freedom, now we're gonna take yours. no agent, very little money. Here was I, meeting one of the most powerful men in Hollywood. I was going to have dinner with him at the Beverly Hills Hotel. He said, "Can we have a drink upstairs at yours?"
And to be truly sorry.
Watch it. What they do is listen to Umar Johnson come halfway out of his ass about something that don't make sense. Where's the school, niggas? Listen, let me tell y'all something real quick. There's too much moralism going on in this dumbass space. All right, let's be real about it. 50 Cent was always going to get Diddy. It's been coming for a long time. All right, even if you go back to the mixtapes of the G-Unit Underground, the last time 50 Cent was running around here doing it when he was trying to acquire Mace at the time. And then Diddy then was playing with his money. All right, and then he talked about then that nigga know who killed Biggie Smalls.
Who shot Biggie Smalls? We don't get them, they gon' kill us all. Man, Puffy know who hit that nigga, man, that nigga soft.
Warner Brothers is not for sale. No, wait. It is for sale and Netflix is buying it. No, wait, actually it's Paramount, the Saudis, Larry Ellison, and Jared Kushner who are doing a hostile takeover over the Cartoon Network and CNN. Yes, this is all very confusing and ripe for corruption. After a heated rivalry between Netflix and Paramount for Warner Brothers, a company that has already changed hands a bunch of times over the past 25 years, it appears as though Netflix was victorious. But now Paramount has swept in with a hostile bid that has threatened to topple the whole deal. And I guess sprinkle in some crony capitalism while you're at it. It's hard to know who to root for in this saga. On the one side is Netflix, the streaming behemoth whose bid to buy a portion of Warner Brothers would be, as Senator Elizabeth Warren declared, an anti-monopoly nightmare. Trade groups have argued that Netflix's acquisition of Warner Brothers could trigger potential job losses, higher subscription prices, and fewer streaming options for consumers, and potentially catastrophic changes for the movie theaters. On the other side is Paramount, whose bid raises most of the same competition-related concerns move and could lead to the hostile takeover by stock buyout or a proxy fight. Wow. There's also the possibility of a bidding war. Netflix could raise its offer to stay competitive, Paramount could raise its bid again, or Warner shareholders could decide they're done with the back and forth and side with whoever offers the biggest check. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems, and they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Damn, I'm 75 million. I suddenly started making so much more money for some reason. Yeah, I guess I've just been like running this game for days. That's another reason why. I think I want to start making really big, like 30 ship fleets and just roaming around looking like for like anybody to attack me. Just patrol with like a fleet of 30 ships and stuff.
Good to see you.
I don't like their loading, but it at least works. Oh, there's 50 grand in the safe. That's good. Let's go back to the car wash. Hey, there's some intel. Nice. That was fun. I'm gonna turn my light off. This was the wrong place. Yeah. What's Mackenzie? I'm trying to go to car wash. Yeah, this one I have so much money I can always just buy another fucking hauling ship. So I'm gonna start hauling even if it gets me killed. I love that you can queue up trips. It's actually so fucking cool. Look, you can just like queue up like 20 trips and just collect money. I actually really love this game in many ways. I'm just standing here 5 minutes with the. Why did these feral ghouls finally come? It's ridiculous. Craft bulk wood. I am kind of aimless. I suppose I should take a look at a daily. Bulk wood, junk to produce aluminum, grain fungus, fungus soup, kill insects, kill a festive scorch while in a team wearing a costume, claim a workshop, collect a garden gnome, collect any flavor of Nuka-Cola, kill insects, kill an enemy with any pistol. We're going to definitely reroll that one. I'm not going to mod it. Well, I guess I could. God damn it. It's been 5 minutes. Where are these mobs coming from? God damn it. Fucking dumb. I swear to God, you do this on purpose. Like, when you're in a menu, it spawns an enemy. It's so dumb. Fucking Bethesda. What was it doing? Yeah, so... Collect the garden gnome. Some of these I need to reroll. I don't like the workshop one. That's a lot of work. I know it's a lot of work, and I'm going to just skip that one too. That one works. That's low-hanging fruit. You can always go do that. Build anything. Yeah, we got 2 low-hanging fruits. I can just go collect, like, really big, easy weeklies, so we'll definitely go do that. I think I want to hear what else is going on. Oh, yeah. So Paramount is doing hostile acquisitions. Bullshito Master.
Now everyone knows 50 Cent and Jay-Z never saw eye to eye.
$5, who the f is 50 Cent?
Big homie want to look like a gay painter.
And with new allegations circling Jay, 50 didn't miss the moment to speak.
What are your thoughts on the allegations against Jay-Z?
That was interesting. Where's Jay at? He's mad quiet.
Jay said, they said I the 13-year-old. Let's go watch Mufasa. Everybody get dressed.
50 is finally saying what he's been hinting at for years, because to him, this isn't random. He's already watched one untouchable friend fall, and if that can happen, the Basquiat impersonator might be next. The beef that never dies, 50 Cent versus Jay-Z, the origins. See, back in 1999, 50 Cent was still grinding on the underground scene. He wasn't Fifth yet, he was just Curtis Jackson, a dude who survived getting shot 9 times and was determined to blow up no matter what. And what did he do? He dropped this joint called How to Rob, a satirical track where he fantasized about robbing various rappers to fund his come-up, including Jay-Z. Now, this wasn't a serious threat or nothing like that. It was more like a clever way to get attention by name-dropping all the big names in the industry. And let me tell you something, fam, it worked. Because Jay-Z, who at the time was writing high-off albums like Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter, heard that track and felt some type of way about it. So what did Hav do? He responded during a freestyle at Hot 97's Summer Jam 1999, where he delivered what would become one of the most memorable bars in the history of this beef.
A word or a sentence. Eminem, the best. Lloyd Banks.
Cool.
Tony Yayo.
That's my boy. Loyalty.
50 Cent, the rapper.
Still got it, man.
50 Cent, the television producer.
Just get going.
Future.
Oh, talent.
Nas.
The best.
Yeah, that's how I
Jay-Z.
feel too.
Good business.
Now peep this. When 50 was asked to describe Jay-Z in just a few words, he said good business. That's it. Not the best, like he said about Eminem and Nas. Not loyalty, like Tony Yayo. Just good business. And y'all know 50, every word that comes out of his mouth is calculated, feel me? But here's the interesting part that most people don't know. Back in 2003, when 50 Cent was interviewed by Rolling Stone, he actually viewed Jay-Z's response as a compliment. He said that when Jay responded, he felt validated. Like if Hav wouldn't have said nothing back to somebody he didn't think was hot, then maybe 50's career wouldn't be where it was at that point. So in a weird way, Jay-Z dissing him actually helped 50 Cent blow up, and blow up he did. By 2003, 50 Cent had signed to Shady Aftermath, and his debut album Get Rich or Die Trying sold over 9 million copies in the US and featured the legendary track In Da Club. The streets was feeling him, the clubs was feeling him, everybody was feeling him, and even Jay-Z himself recognized the threat. In a 2013 interview with The Breakfast Club, Jay-Z admitted that he warned his Rockefeller artists like Beanie Siegel and Memphis Bleak about what was coming. He told them they had a chance right now because 50 Cent was on the way up. 4 months later, In Da Club dropped and it was a wrap. That song took over everything. Now, during this time, you would think the beef would escalate into something crazy, right? But nah, that's not how it played out. Instead, these two actually found some common ground. They co-headlined the Rock the Mic tour in 2003 and even did a Reebok commercial together, freestyling over In Da Club. But even in those moments of collaboration, 50 couldn't help but take shots. He later boasted that his G-Unit sneakers outsold Jay-Z's S. Carter line 6-1. See, that's the thing about 50. Even when things seem cool on the surface, he's always keeping score. He's always watching, and he never forgets. Fast forward a few years, and the dynamic between these two started to shift. By the mid-2000s, both artists were transitioning from just being rappers to becoming full-blown moguls. 50 was getting into TV production, building his G-Unit empire, while Jay-Z was expanding Rock Nation and becoming what many considered the blueprint for hip-hop business success. But here's where things get interesting. Despite the occasional collaboration, like when Jay-Z featured on the remix of 50 Cent's I Get Money in 2007, the underlying tension never really went away. 50 started taking shots at Jay's music and his personal life in interviews. In 2008, 50 Cent made a statement that raised a lot of eyebrows. He said that no one really knew who Jay-Z was before Beyonce. Now think about that for a second. Here's a man who had multiple platinum albums, who was considered one of the greatest MCs of all time, and 50 is basically saying his fame only really popped off because he wifed up the biggest pop star in the world. And when you really sit and think about
Jay-Z
it, 50 doubled down on
big
this
in the
exact
hood.
point years later.
His
When
first
Jay
album
signed
was
his
a really
contract,
classic
the
big
big
album.
one was with Beyonce. When he
I
signed
hated
that contract,
it. I hated
the
it,
marriage
though.
contract,
But
he
it
got
was a real
trophies.
album, and it
No,
was
those
a
fucking
real
trophies.
what you're
Those
talking
fucking
about.
trophies came rolling in, buddy. He started getting Grammys left and right, man. I mean, look, if you look at his career, if you look at his career,
You're gonna let him say that?
Jay was getting Grammy.
he had one.
Exactly.
He had one.
And he ain't show up.
He has like 20 now.
Hold on.
He had like 18 since he's been down. Look, he had one, bro. Hard Knock Life.
You're not wrong.
He was one. After that, he got them shits. He started drinking. His pictures with him like fucking things to cop.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the success is derived from the marriage?
I've absolutely been treated differently.
The accolades. Because he's no longer viewed as what, like a street or gangster rapper. Now he's viewed as a businessman, entrepreneur, family man.
And the biggest ones because of the position Beyonce's.
Y'all hear that? 50 is essentially saying that Jay-Z's transformation from street rapper to respected businessman happened because of who he married. The Grammys, the accolades, the industry respect, according to Fifth, all of that came from the Beyonce connection. Now look, I know some of y'all Jay-Z fans might be heated right now, but hold up, we just getting started. Because what 50 Cent has been saying recently about Jay-Z and his connections to certain, let's just say, questionable situations, that's where things get real interesting. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button and the notification bell, because in the next part, we're going deep into the Super Bowl controversy, the Basquiat comments, and why 50 believes Jay-Z tried to sabotage his career at the biggest sporting event in America. Trust me, you don't want to miss this. the Super Bowl sabotage and the gay painter shots. So boom, let's set the scene. It's 2022, and the Super Bowl halftime show is about to be one of the biggest in history. We're talking about Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar all on one stage. This was a celebration of West Coast hip-hop, but more importantly, it was a celebration of hip-hop culture, period. And naturally, you would think 50 Cent, one of the most iconic artists to ever come out of the game, would be a no-brainer to include, right? Wrong. According to multiple sources and 50 Cent himself, Jay-Z tried to prevent him from performing at the Super Bowl. Now, for those who don't know, Roc Nation, Jay-Z's company, has been producing the Super Bowl halftime show since 2019. So essentially, Jay had significant influence over who got to appear on that stage. Tony Yayo, 50 Cent's G-Unit brother and longtime collaborator, went on record about this whole situation, and what he said was eye-opening.
So with Jay is like, when the last time you haven't seen Jay, so I think people are just gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I mean, Jay, you know, you gotta remember, he didn't want 50 at the Super Bowl. That was crazy. Come on.
Wait, Jay didn't want 50 at the Super
You didn't
Bowl?
know that? Yeah, he didn't want.
I remember Eminem pushed for it.
That was some hater shit, yeah.
I remember Eminem was like, I'm not gonna do it unless 50 does it. I heard that.
Yeah,
but I didn't know that Jay was trying to stop it.
I don't think Jay. I don't know. 50 never told me that, but I don't think Jay wanted him there.
Yo, did y'all catch that? Eminem, 50's day one homie, the man who signed him to Shady Records, had to put his foot down and say he wouldn't do the Super Bowl unless 50 was included. That's loyalty right there. That's what real brotherhood looks like in this industry. But here's where it gets even crazier. When 50 Cent went on Big Boy TV to talk about this situation, he didn't hold back at all. He explained that the NFL claimed they had issues with him, but he had no idea what those issues were. And then he dropped something that had everybody talking.
I wasn't in the ad because of look, Jay-Z and them was putting it together. So I think they still harbor some energy towards me.
You think you were purposely left out of the ad?
No, I don't think. I think that they were saying the NFL has some issues with me that I don't know what those issues are.
Whoa. Okay, so let me break this down for y'all who might not have caught everything. 50 is saying that Jay-Z, who he sarcastically calls the big homie, was basically gatekeeping the Super Bowl. The blame was being put on the NFL, but 50 knew that wasn't the real story. And when he found out that Eminem had to personally call and say he wouldn't do it without 50, that's when 50 started taking it to another level. And then he went all the way in on Jay-Z by bringing up Jean-Michel Basquiat, the famous neo-expressionist artist who Jay-Z has famously admired and seemingly styled himself after. 50 called Basquiat a gay painter and suggested that Jay-Z modeling himself after Basquiat was, well, let's just say 50 was implying some things there that had the internet buzzing. Now, Tony Yayo also gave some important context for why this beef has lasted so long.
50 was always competition for niggas. Then remember Jay said, yo, 50's coming. He told Siegel and them and Memphis Bleak and all them.
Yeah.
And come on, 50's like, he's on a whole nother level. You gotta remember, he came after niggas. He came after Jay and Rockefeller. G-Unit came. And people might shit on G-Unit, but with Eminem, Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, nobody has outsold us, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody has had the effect that we had.
This is facts. When G-Unit was at their peak, they were moving units like nobody else. The combination of Eminem, Dr. Dre, and 50 Cent was a juggernaut that the industry had never seen before. And that level of success, that kind of dominance, it breeds competition. It breeds envy. And according to 50 in his camp, Jay-Z never stopped viewing them as a threat, even decades later. It's worth mentioning that 50 ain't the only one who feels some type of way about Jay-Z's priorities. Cameron, another New York legend, recently made a statement saying that Jay-Z loves money more than hip-hop. He pointed out that Jay-Z performed at Tom Brady's Hall of Fame ceremony but didn't show up to any hip-hop 50 events, and Tony Yayo agreed with this sentiment, noting the contrast between Jay-Z's inaccessibility and 50 Cent's continued connection with the fans and the culture. But the shots didn't stop there. 50 Cent has been coming for Jay-Z's music too. In 2017, after Jay released his introspective album 444, 50 didn't exactly give it a glowing review. He posted, and later deleted, an Instagram video where he said, I listened to Jay that 444. The was too smart. I felt like I was supposed to be wearing glasses and tie a F-ing sweater around my waist. It was like Ivy League He called it golf course music, basically saying that Jay-Z had become so disconnected from the
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like, that was always my problem with Jay-Z. I was like, he seems to be from like like inner city ghetto Bronx or wherever he's from, and really fucking hard. But the music was soft.
Streets and regular hip-hop fans, but his music now appealed more to the country club crowd than the hood. In September 2022, 50 Cent addressed the ongoing tension with Jay-Z on X, formerly Twitter, writing, "Young Guru, I love you niggas too, I just need somebody to compete with. It makes me find a way. Jay know I will always find a way." And honestly, that statement tells you everything you need to know about 50 Cent's mindset. This competition, this rivalry, it fuels him. It makes him work harder. It keeps him sharp. Love it or hate it, 50 uses Jay-Z as motivation to keep pushing forward. But listen, all of this music industry beef and career competition is one thing. What 50 Cent has been saying recently about Jay-Z and certain allegations, that's a whole different ballgame. The allegations and the Mufasa moment. When asked about the allegations against Jay-Z, 50 Cent said something that really made people's ears perk up.
What are your thoughts on the allegations against Jay-Z?
That was interesting. I was saying things not knowing exactly what I was saying. I was going, like, where's Jay at? He's mad quiet. Like while the bumpy thing was going on. But it's obvious now that his team was being made aware that he was in those allegations also. You know, so I hope it works out, because with his family, the things that go on internally is that those accusations are crazy.
Now, let me break down what 50 is saying here. He's admitting that when he was making jokes and asking where's Jay at during all the drama, he didn't fully understand why Jay-Z was being so quiet. But now, according to 50, it's obvious that Jay-Z's team knew he was going to be named in some of these allegations. And then he adds, almost sarcastically, "I hope it works out, because with his family, the things that go on internally, those accusations are crazy." For those who haven't been following closely, in late 2024, a civil lawsuit was filed accusing Jay-Z of assaulting a 13-year-old girl in 2000. The lawsuit was later withdrawn in early 2025 after recordings emerged suggesting the accuser may have been influenced by her lawyer to include Jay-Z in the case. Jay-Z has vehemently denied all accusations, calling them a blackmail attempt, and subsequently suing the accuser and her lawyers for defamation. The case is still ongoing, and no criminal charges have been filed against Jay-Z. But here's where 50 Cent did what 50 Cent does best. He turned the whole thing into a viral moment. Shortly after the allegations became public, Jay-Z attended the Mufasa movie premiere with his family. And 50, he went straight to Instagram. He posted about it, and the internet went crazy.
You don't feel like that happened the same day, bro? What's the day came out the day before, the next day?
I was eating Raisin Bran. Okay, I'm eating Raisin Bran. I got my daughter in my arm. I'm scrolling, right? I see somebody screenshot your shit. Is Jay and the whole family at the Mufasa premiere, and then the comment is 50 Cent. Jay said, "They said I the 13-year-old. Let's go watch Mufasa."
Everybody get dressed. We're going to see Mufasa right now. I just think it was a good look, like angling yourself as
a family man.
Yes.
But they had to go to the premiere,
that
bro.
was planned already. I'm
They had to go to the premiere.
50's post basically mocked Jay-Z for showing up to a family movie premiere right after these serious allegations dropped. And while some defended Jay-Z, pointing out that the premiere was already planned and he likely had to attend, 50 saw it as Jay trying to push a family man narrative in the face of controversy. Now, when people come at 50 Cent and suggest that maybe he might have skeletons in his closet too, he's quick to shut that down.
And you're not worried at all.
Why?
Because you don't got nothing.
I don't have it.
All right.
Really?
There's no girls gonna come out.
Why you sound skeptical?
Because I think there are some women that are like. No, I think there's some women that are like.
This guy's supposed to be from Queens.
Let me come
fucked up experience.
You kick him off the court one time.
No. What I'm saying is I know a couple of exes that fucking throw me under the bus.
50's basically saying he's not worried because he doesn't have anything to hide.
Okay, right now, because and he probably doesn't have anything to hide because he may have just hidden what, you know, he has all the videos now. He may have just hidden it.
And he makes an interesting point about how if someone had been wronged by him, they would have come forward by now, especially with all the attention he gets. Perhaps one of the most telling moments from recent interviews was when 50 Cent was asked about Jay-Z's proximity to you-know-who. The question was simple. Does 50 think Jay-Z knew what was going on?
We talked about Jay. Proximity to Diddy. You don't think he knew anything?
He's seemingly around Diddy a lot.
No, that was a real suburb question.
Yeah, I know, right? Proximity.
Hold on. Proximity.
Proximity. That's the SAT hit parade word.
Do you think he fucking knew all of the shit that was going on? Then that was like a.
I don't want to incriminate myself.
I know, but the way he said it.
Like I said.
No matter how you answer that shit, you snitching.
Did y'all peep that? When asked directly if Jay-Z knew what you know who was allegedly doing, 50 Cent basically said, no matter how you answer that shit, you snitching. That's a loaded response. He didn't say no. He didn't defend Jay. He essentially ducked the question in a way that still left people with questions. But here's the thing that 50 Cent wants people to understand about why he keeps speaking on all of this.
They think all celebrities are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Right, and when you see, if I wasn't saying anything, guess what? You could safely say that a person on the outskirts that is not involved in hip-hop culture could think that everybody in hip-hop culture is with that shit.
So by you, you're good, bro. You're fucking good.
Yeah.
He's protecting hip-hop.
Yeah.
If you don't speak out,
yeah, like I saw it, and before I even saw this video, I was like, I think he actually cares about the craft, and it's been infiltrated, like video games, by corrupt piece of shit developers that ruin rap, ruin politics, ruin music, rates little girls, fucking ruin video games, ruin fucking little girls, ruin fucking everything, ruin Trump, ruined everything. Like, and he doesn't like it, and I don't like it either, and I'm starting to really like him. He seems really self-assured that they're not going to find anything. And honestly, in my experience, real celebrities are always on camera, like 24/7. Like they don't ever leave a room where somebody is. And so, yeah, if they don't want you to know something, they don't want you to know something. But my thing is like, I don't know if 50 Cent strikes me as a guy who hasn't been alone in 20 years. And if there was something that happened, I think we would have known by now. I don't know, though. A little bit paranoid that he controls the videos about P. Diddy's freak-offs. So he could easily just edit himself out of that stuff. And he was a rapper in the scene, and he did know all these people, and he did do songs with P. Diddy, didn't he? Didn't 50 Cent do a song? 50 Cent and P. Diddy songs. No, I guess he did. He hasn't ever worked with him, huh? No.
Make them the weirdos, then they.
I think they're trying to deliver this truly, like, completely saint look for him, and I don't know if I buy that. The optics are clear. They want you to really, really love 50 Cent, and I'm wondering, like, is it some kind of con itself? And they're all nervous about that too. But I don't know. I want to believe that this man is good, but he comes from the exact same culture as all these people that he condemns, and he was shot 9 times because he is a grimy guy from the hood.
You're gonna think everybody's
Every
like
single
that.
person is like that.
According to 50, he's not just trolling for fun, he's actually trying to separate the good from the bad in hip-hop culture. By calling out the alleged wrongdoers, he's protecting the reputation of everyone else in the industry who isn't involved in any shady activities. Now,
If you buy all that, that's just what he told you. And you know, I'm not saying that's the case. I actually believe him, honestly. I'm going to say I believe him right now. I believe him right now, and I'm not scared of him. But I'm still not a fucking idiot. Remember, this is all something he constructed himself to show you. You got to wonder what the motive is there. I mean, we know what the motives are. He wants to clean fucking hip-hop out of all these corrupt people. And honestly, it's very rare for a rich person to have that sort of, what's the word, like benevolent, like attitude. Usually rich people are entirely self-absorbed, and I think it looks like a really good one. I think it looks like a good thing, but I see constructs of like his, I see a very, 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 very careful tailored narrative here, exactly like P. Diddy. Like, for instance, like the, P. Diddy, or sorry, 50 Cent's documentary proves that he's got all this insider footage that he bought right off the photographers themselves. And you got to kind of wonder, was that so he could censor his own stuff out of it? That is a possibility, I think. It's not likely, and honestly, I think the G-Unit beef has been so deep for so long. I'm kind of proposing that he was like working with his biggest enemies, and I feel like that is naive, and not naive, but I think it's kind of like it is naive. But I don't know the G-Unit beefs. I guess I got to take a look at the G-Unit beef because I had no idea it even existed. Like I don't follow idiot rappers around with their fucking beefs and stuff. And like I like all of these people, but remember, I don't think I want to listen to Dr. Dre again. And now I'm wondering, like, you know, I keep thinking about stuff that Marshall said. Like, I'll put your fucking nuts on a fucking dresser and bang them shits with a fucking spiked baseball bat and shit like that. And that is lyrics off his first album. And that shit sounds psycho to me. Fucking psycho. Like, actually psycho. And he curved all that back and all that, but remember, on the first album that he was so famous for, he was threatening to kill his mother. He was like really, really high, and like he was talking about the drugs. He was talking about how he was a criminal all the time and proud about it on every album. And yeah, that stuff was gangster, and that is him. He is from 8 Mile. But I don't know. I don't know how good that was. I really wish I hadn't kind of venerated that back then. Something about it. You know, I did not introduce Eminem to my friends. My friends introduced Eminem to me. And I don't know if I naturally would have reached Eminem at first. I didn't like the novelty nature of Hi, My Name Is, which was like... Or Guilty Conscience. Guilty Conscience was a song about rape. And that song, Guilty Conscience, just got such rotten responses from all of the, you know, all of the fucking censors and all that shit. And I just do not have the patience, you know. But I mean, like, Guilty Conscience was a fucked up song. But it was a parody. It was like a parody track that he was just doing to make people laugh. But some of Eminem's content is really creepy. Like there's the first song off of the newer Marshall Mathers LP with like the kind of tannish cover. He mimics a Stan who crawls around Eminem's house. It's a parody song, and it's a Stan. It's a baby reindeer. It's like what I have. It's like a obsessed fan that's all sick and weird, and he mimics himself as this obsessed Stan for the whole fucking song. And the song is about a homosexual fan who wants to kill him. And remember, there was another song about that called Stan, which was like, there was fucked up shit in Stan. Like, he kidnaps his girlfriend and then he crashes the fucking car off a bridge, which is what I'm fairly sure we all thought Marshall wanted to do to Kim. And there was other stuff, like on the end of the album, his big, you know, Slim Shady, not the Slim Shady LP, but the third or fourth album, but the really big one. The really big one that took him off, the second album that at least that the people, you know, that the public knows about. He had 2 underground albums that the public doesn't know about, and then there's the main one that got him started with Guilty Conscience, and then there's this, and then I forget all the names and everything because they're all the same name basically, and then the next one after that was the really big one, the Lightning in the Bottle one that he talked about that really did capture the nation and stuff. And that second album, if you recall, at the end of the fucking CD, he full-blown, like, kidnaps his wife and crashes a car off a bridge into the river and kills both of them. And this was a direct threat at Kim. It was just a it was like an allegation. It was not an allegation. It was a implication. It was like an implication that sooner or later Marshall Mathers was gonna find Kim and fucking kill her. And the song, I used to really, really like it because it was raw, and it showed their relationship, and it showed his anger and his emotions. But it was also this horrifically violent chauvinist song where he threatens to kill her and kidnaps her and drives her off in a car going like 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. He crashes it off a bridge, and she drowns with their baby in the fucking river with him. I don't think he leaves the car, at least not in the skit that he did. And that psychotic shit, when I was like 16, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is some demented ass shit. But I love every second of it because it is extreme, it is rough, it does talk about death and abduction scenarios and all types of crazy shit. And I was like, this album is like a Hollywood movie. And I like the album, I still do, I like the album. But remember, there's terrible ass shit on that album, like that song about Kim. There's one song where he's just like, 'cause I'm a criminal, I'll fucking kill you. And in the middle of that song, Criminal, he fucking robs a bank and shoots the teller in the fucking head. And he's like, thank you, and runs. And I've always thought that was like the funniest skit in all of goddamn rap. But if you look at the fucking actual content, it was fucking terrible. It was like he robs a bank, executes the fucking lady point blank right then and there, runs out the fucking door, hops in the car, and then he finishes the skit on the next album where he has Dre drive him off, and then he shoots Dre. He shoots Dre. It was like a threat to shoot Dre, basically. It was weird. It was weird. It was like this thing about threatening his mentor or something. It was a joke, but it was like a weird, like kind of couched in complete parody, complete threat to basically just kill Dr. Dre, just fucking full blown. Like one day they're just riding in a car together, or doing homie stuff, or whatever all these gangster rappers do with each other. And fucking like, and Eminem just full blown kills Dr. Dre. And this was a parody back then, but I mean, some of that subject content, I'm just not comfortable anymore. And I believe it did have a really fucking negative effect on America. I think it did push domestic violence. I think it did push chauvinism. And I didn't used to have this attitude about rap when I listened to it, because I was like, no, it's about the music. But now it's actually these weird skits that they always add in where they're like threatening to kill cops, or they're like on Yellow Wolf's album, with the song with Gangsta Boo and Yellow Wolf and Slim Shady. He's like kidnapped some girl, and he's driving around and that's the lyrics. He's like he kidnaps this girl, and he's like, shut up slut, stop fucking kicking the seat, stop causing chaos and stuff. And then he drives, and it was funny. It's still, lyrics are still funny because it's like basically a comedy skit, you know. And then he drives around from fucking to Burger King and McDonald's and KFC, and he goes to the drive-through window and he asks them for a job application, and when they hand it to him, along with his burger, he chucks it back at and this is literally the lyrics. What the fuck, I'm a rich rapper, I don't need your shitty ass job at fucking Burger King, take your fucking job application. And in the song, he chucks the burger and the job application at this fucking imagined drive-through while he's like abducted a girl in this car. And all that stuff was supposed to be fucking funny. But it's really weird. It's like this, it is weird. It's like this abduction scenario where he's kidnapped this girl. He's driving around to Kmart. He makes this joke about, I would take you to Kmart, but they don't have a size 8 in hose, you know? And that's how he ends out the album, or sorry, he ends out the song. And that's the hardest song on Radioactive by Yellow Wolf. And I love that fucking song. Gangsta Boo goes hard. She's like, I see you bitches talking I see you bitches talking loud, but you ain't saying shit. Get the fuck around from here. What do you know about that shit? You ain't from here, you know. You don't know about that shit. You ain't ready for it, bitch. And that's the hardest fucking rap lyric I've ever fucking heard. It is the hardest rap lyric I've ever heard, and it's out of a woman, too. That song's fucking good, and Marshall killed it at the end of it. But it is another abduction of a girl. like taking her to a store, calling her a fucking hoe, and then kicking her out of the car or whatever and shit. And that weird stuff, it's supposed to make you laugh. But when you realize what he's actually talking about, you're like, Jesus Christ, this sounds like some kind of rape scenario where you kidnapped a girl and drove her around to different drive-through windows so you could taunt the fucking drive-through attendant about how you've kidnapped a girl and you want a job application just so you can fucking throw it back in their face and taunt them about how you're a rich rapper. Now notice, they're trying to cancel Puff Daddy right now, or P. Diddy or whatever, for acting like that. Oh, he's got to get some hand sanitizer after touching people. He's that fucking stuck up and fucking snobby. But those were the lyrics on that fucking Yellow Wolf song with Gangsta Boo and from Mobb Deep or I said that's 3 6 Mafia and fucking Yellow Wolf, and Yellow Wolf's track is hard, part of it is hard, and so is Gangsta Boo's, and she does the hook, and then Eminem does his second fucking rape scenario abduction fucking fantasy that he's done in like 5 albums or something like that. It didn't need to be on the fucking albums, but he had this thing about pushing it with the fucking censors, and that was his excuse. He used it on the albums. He was like, no, fuck the censors, I don't believe in them. This is for the kids' entertainment. This is for the kids' enjoyment. Leave me the fuck alone. Put down Christopher Reeve's legs and stuff like this. He attacked Christopher Reeves. All that stuff is fine because it was like for comedic value, and it is a joke, and it is a tongue-in-cheek thing, and you shouldn't take it seriously. And he constantly talked about this in the music. He's like, I'm a renegade. I will say whatever the fuck I want to say just to piss off the fucking censors. You're not going to like what I say. I am saying it just to piss them off. None of it is true. No, I'm not a murderer. No, I'm not a killer. Yes, I am a drug addict, but I don't do that anymore. No, I don't want to kill my wife, and all this crazy ass shit. He was saying on the fucking album. He would just yell at the people who would accuse him of this terrible stuff. And the Christian evangelists canceled him. And and they canceled Marilyn Manson, and they blamed him and Marilyn Manson for Columbine, and I was so enamored and up in their music when that happened. And Columbine was right down the street for me. I was like, motherfucking Marilyn Manson, who later on ended up being like, basically an SA dude or whatever you want to call it. Not really, just like a DV guy. He was beating the shit out of Evan Rachel Wood, probably doing sex stuff. We don't really know. She won't really totally say, I don't think. It's crazy. So Marilyn Manson got fucking canceled. They constantly try and cancel Slim Shady, but they never catch him doing anything except for getting high and going to rehab. That's like the only thing he ever does that actually is like controversial, besides call men women, and he definitely drops the F-bomb all the time because he calls straight men F-words all the time. He's calling men ladies. It's Slim Shady. I'll call him men ladies and all this shit, and calling them F-words and stuff all the time. He called ICP F-words fully blown on his album. In a diss track, he was like, you fucking F-its, get the fuck out of 8 Mile or whatever. Because he was like 8 Mile and hard. They weren't 8 Mile and hard. They were clowns. Like literal clowns with like face makeup. Now, they're not pussies, and they have hard-ass motherfucking people with them, and they're not a joke, and they're not a gang. But they're clowns, like quite literally. They're not 8 Mile gangstas who dealt dope and run with like West Coast gangster rap G's and stuff like this. And Eminem knew it. He knew he was harder than ICP, but they pushed this weird fake battle between them and them. They had like a paintball battle and all this shit. And I now kind of think, because of songs like Girls, where he calls Limp Bizkit girls because of all the stupid ass fucking like tiffs that he got in, and all these battles with like Cannabis, who was a good rapper, and I don't know, like I would say he finally did do justice to Royce the 5'9", but remember, Royce the 5'9" was his like full blown like MC partner. They had a duo, and that was like his main identity. And when he took off with Dr. Dre, he just left Royce. He fucking full-blown left Royce. Now, he came back and did Bad Meets Evil, like, I don't know, 15 years later. But it was 15 years later. We were surprised when we got the album. It was like, he went big in like 96 or something like that. And then 2006 or something like that, he dropped Bad Meets Evil, and he brought Royce the 5'9" for a really hard fucking duo album that did rock every fucking song. That's a good fucking album. It's hard to take because they didn't hold back. They were just like both gangster ass motherfuckers from fucking 8 Mile, just totally letting loose. But they were also going for like a crazy sort of epic feel of it, kind of how Lil Wayne was doing at the time. That's a good fucking album, but I mean, I'm glad he brought Royce the 5'9" in finally, because it was like 10 years before he did that, though. And people were wondering, and then he got his best friend murdered. His best friend was, who was that? Proof? Yeah, Proof got murdered. That was his mentor in the scene. The guy who got him in and was like, I taught him how to flow like that and all that stuff. You know, the fucking Tupac to the Biggie. But then Proof got murdered on the fucking streets, and this ruined Eminem. He turned into a cocaine, heroin addict, completely fucking lost it. That was like his mentor, besides Dr. Dre, really. And Proof was like this thing, and he admitted on album, he was like, you know, Proof fucked me up, and I became an addict for like 10 years, and even did albums called like Recovery and Relapse and stuff like that, where he was just full-blown honest on the album cover about what he was going through. I thought it was very brave. That side of him I really, really like. But I mean, he is a hard-ass motherfucking gangster from 8 Mile. That shit is not a fucking lie. And usually when you're a hard-ass motherfucking gangster from something, you might have bodies, you might have drug beefs, you might have burglaries, you might have fucking, you know, robberies, weapons charges, possession charges, maybe DV, maybe he abandoned Haley. We don't really know. Seems like he kind of went off to do his career, and he always said that he brought Haley home and he just had her the whole time. But I mean, he's Eminem. Is he actually raising Haley? I'm sure she would say he was, because I'm sure he took off enough time to make it seem where he was there. But remember, he's an executive. I'm an executive son, and I have a kind of a bone to pick with them with how little amount of time they actually do spend with their kids. You know, it's kind of crazy. So, you know, we did kind of wonder about Haley, and another thing he did that I really don't like, and a lot of other people did this too, is he brought up Haley, which a lot of other he brought up Haley on the albums constantly, and he also sort of mocked how he was a bad father and a drug addict, and you know, put down the Gat Haley or whatever and shit like this, right? Because he was making fun of like stuff the Trailer Park Boys was doing, and like, some of his enemies were really, really offended that he put his daughter on the album, because they don't do that. They don't put their own kids on the album. Like Outkast did it, but that was to you know, really do justice to Bamboo and all their kids and stuff. I forget all their names. I don't like that I know their names, but I mean, they put Bamboo and the other kid on the fucking album. I can't remember the name of the other kid. That's a disgrace. I can't remember. But on the Idlewild album, Outkast put their kids on there for a full-blown song. That was kind of popular for a while. But I'm against it. Remember, that's kind of like using your children for fucking child talent agent stuff. And like, and I didn't like that he used Haley as much as he did. And a bunch of his enemies didn't either. So Haley was a target for his fucking enemies. And this caused G-Unit fucking problems. And they're talking about this now. That may have caused a lot of the problems that fucking 50 Cent has with that G-Unit has with fucking Puff Daddy, or, you know, P. Diddy. I can't believe I know this much about rap, but I do. I was raised on this shit. I know everything there is to know about this stuff. I listened to every album. You know, I didn't miss a beat. I didn't miss a fucking album or a track. If it hit the radio or MTV, or it was being played in the parties, or it was a club banger, I knew what it was. I knew what album it was, and I bought it. I didn't care. I was a rap fanatic. I went so hard on rap. I knew everything there was from all my favorite artists and shit. And so, I don't know. So now I look back and I'm like, I don't like that Dr. Dre beat women. I said this last night, but it keeps coming up every single fucking night. I don't like that Tupac was a fucking rapist. I don't like that you know, that Eminem was using Haley and threatening to kidnap and murder Kim and on his tracks and stuff. I don't like how that kind of jaded Yellow Wolf for me a little bit. I think they were amazing to do the ciphers, and I think they changed the scene, and they are my favorite MCs, Yellow Wolf and Slim Shady and Ritz and all those, you know, fucking Tech Nine or sorry, Strange Music or you know, Shady Records, like fucking people. I love all those fucking people. Even some of the more obscure ones are really good, like Brother Lynch Hung and all that. Like, I really love all the people on both those labels, Strange Music and Slim Shady Records and Psychopath Records and all that shit. I like all the people on all those those labels and stuff, but they're all these rough crew, gonzo motherfuckers who don't know how to do drugs and constantly fuck up and go to rehab. They use their kids in their music, and they fucking get into like 50 billion tiffs in their fucking careers. They talk shit about other people. They often have rape charges, gun charges, or violence charges, or they beat each other's ass in the club. They're after each other for child molestation and stuff in the press, trying to destroy each other's careers and shit like this. And I'm sorry, but this is not why I got into fucking rap. I got into rap because Grandmaster Flash complained about the piss smell in the fucking hallway. And I was like, oh my god, that's like the best message I've heard in a song in a long fucking time, because that's actually something that's going on in the inner cities in Denver and New York and shit like that. It sucks. The state that we leave our inner cities in and our ghettos and stuff like that, and all the trash and the piss and the smell and the squalor and all that shit and all the homeless encampments and stuff like that. That sucks that we do that. And when I heard it in a song, I was like, oh my god, the song's so good and the messages are so fucking good. And then MC Hammer kind of blew music, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles made it famous, and rap hit the streets. And then, you know, and then it was Run DMC, and it wasn't really that good for a while. And then Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre's The Chronic hit, and then West Coast blew up like a goddamn nuclear bomb, like Aftermath. Aftermath is what he named his fucking record company label, because it was like Aftermath. It was like after the nuclear explosion that was West Coast rap. It was like 50 or so really fucking good West Coast albums. Dog Food, Snoop Doggy Dogg, Tupac's albums, Warren G's Regulate, Nate Dogg's albums, all of Dr. Dre's stuff. There was like 3 albums or something like that, and a couple of other, like all these collaborations and stuff. There was all these other West Coast nuts that were just fucking the greatest in the industry, like Curtis Blow, and you know, I forget all the West Coast greats. There's so fucking many. There's so many. There's also other West Coast people that don't even claim West Coast, like Dead Prez and shit like that, that are just as good as them. Dead Prez are just as good as Dr. Dre or any of those West Coast guys. They were just as good. Dead Prez comes from the Bay Area, and they don't claim West Side. They're not like that. They're like punker rappers that want to elevate people out of the ghetto, and they'll talk about I Ching banners and socialist ideals and stuff like that, because they were like punker rappers. And Dead Prez ended up being like my favorite group out of all these people, because they're the only ones with the actual street cred to say that they actually helped anybody in the fucking ghetto. I'm not sure Dr. Dre or Tupac or Biggie or fucking Puff Daddy or like any of these motherfuckers were actually good for America. I think they turned us into these violent, beer-swilling, drug-using, wife-beating, angry, drunk, fucking white trash, fucking like inner city ghetto, fucking, you know, crack selling, mess selling, crazy fucking outlaw people. And I swear to God, I know so many people like that. And they all came up on rap that I listened to. And it's because of shit like that. It like lowered our standards. We started calling women bitches. We thought sex was more like a transaction, or a blowjob is like romance or whatever it is. And we were all about the weed smoke and the kinky sex. That's Korn and Ice Cube. Ice Cube was one of those guys from the West Coast. He was super fucking good from NWA. He had a good solo career. Curtis Blow. The greatest of all time is probably goddamn Too Short. Too Short's almost the greatest of all time, but then there's other competition like E40. I wasn't kidding when I said there was like 50 rappers that all cut platinum fucking albums. Like I don't remember all the names of the fucking albums and shit, but I owned all the albums. You know, one day I just gave them all to my friend's sister, who told her parents that I was doing meth, and that caused me to lose 700 friends on my Facebook. But I still loved her. She was a good friend of mine. So I just gave her my rap albums. I gave her my entire CD like bookcase just one day. I was like, yeah, I was sitting in my car, and I was looking at like $3,000 worth of CDs or something like that that are all scratched and all worthless, and they would play, but they weren't playing perfectly. I was just like, I'm bummed out that all these CDs are scratched, and I don't like anything that I have anymore. I played all of it to death. And she was like, you have such a good taste in music. You have changed my crew. You have changed my people. You have changed the scene in Centennial. And this isn't the first time I've heard this from people. One time I knew about a band called The Streets, and nobody in Denver knew who the fucking Streets was. And then we showed up at the Streets concert that they finally threw after original Pirate Material blew. And I swear to God, I was the guy in Denver that discovered that fucking band. And then they had like original Pirate Material on at Punk TV on like they were a British rap band, and they were on Punk TV at like 3:15 in the morning when I was passed out like at my job at work. I was like, this shit is the greatest thing in rap I've heard in a long ass time. What the fuck is this? And it was a British rap band called The Streets. And so then I got into The Streets, and I told my friends about The Streets, and nobody in the Denver had ever heard of the fucking Streets, right? And so then, like, they finally come to do a tour in Denver, and when we show up, it's all of my friends. Everybody in Denver that I knew was at the Streets concert because I knew of the Streets, and I told them about the Streets. And I don't want to claim the Streets' success in Denver. I was just like basically their fucking street. And my friends will confirm this. Hundreds of people will confirm this if anybody ever calls me a liar. I was basically like the unofficial, totally unknown like street team for the Streets in Denver, and the Streets was a good ass band. They did Everything Is Borrowed, and that changed my life. Everything is, I mean, the first album, Original Pirate Material, is the best thing out of Britain. It's like the best thing out of Britain except the Beatles, or I don't know, the Who, or one of the rock bands and stuff, but it's the best rap out of Britain. The Streets is a whole different fucking vibe. And the Streets have had me on a vibe since like 1999. That the way that we treat hard drugs is actually the way that we should treat alcohol, because the alcohol is actually what causes us all the DUIs and the anger and the wife beating and all that other shit. People on marijuana or like drugs and stuff, they sit in their fucking living room and they listen to Hendrix, you know? They don't go to the club and they don't beat their wives and shit like this. This is, you know, that's an alcohol thing, and he opened my eyes to that. He was like, alcohol wards across the land, but do we have that for marijuana? No, we don't, because it's not like that, you know? That changed my mind about drugs. I was like, yeah, I think actually the real demon is the one that they made legal, and the ones that aren't that bad, if they're at least pure, are the ones that they're most scared of. It's kind of crazy, but those are all the things that they make all their best drugs out of. Like, you know, so, you know, like opioids are how they make all their best drugs that the hospitals use, and cocaines and barbiturates and stuff like this. That's how they make all the drugs that work in the world. So to say that they're bad or whatever, especially when they're pure, if it's a pure drug, it probably won't kill you if you take a hit. It probably won't, you know? If it's a pure drug, it'll kill you if it's got poisons and toxins in it. And it'll lead to addiction if you don't control yourself. But like, you know, but it's not as bad as they say it is. It's really not as bad, especially if it's pure. So like, I don't know. And so I know all this stuff about rap, but also I have like left rap. I think I'll occasionally put on my Yellow Wolf channel. But you gotta understand, when I was on the Streets for 7 fucking years, I kept that Yellow Wolf Pandora channel spinning 24/7. I'm talking wherever I was. My fucking Yellow Wolf channel was just spinning 24/7. It's my most curated channel, and he's a fucking god. He's like a rap god. I really love Yellow Wolf. You know, he is my favorite MC. But I'm against the right-wing Southern NASCAR dad stuff that he talks about. I know he's like really right-wing and NASCAR dad. I know he's Louisiana and that Southern vibe and shit. And you gotta remember, I'm that ultra-leftist liberal from fucking Denver that doesn't really get down with rancher folk who are homophobic and run around with guns all the fucking time. That's the right wing. So I don't know why my favorite rapper of all time is a really strong right-wing rapper. But it's because he's also the hardest one. He's definitely the hardest one with the best flow, I think, of all of them. I've always thought this. The only other person I can think of that's maybe harder is like Busta Rhymes or maybe Twista, maybe Tech. I mean maybe. Like maybe Eminem. And, you know, and Speed Dom proves it. If you've never heard Speed Dom is a song that Tech 9 and Eminem and Yellow Wolf and Twista did. And they are the undisputed speed dominators of the Western Hemisphere. And the song is about that. That's on a Tech 9 album called All Sixes and Sevens, if I recall correctly. And like that song proved that Eminem, Tech 9, and Yellow Wolf are the, like, and Twista are like the fastest motor gun fucking fast MC, like speed dom MCs in the Western Hemisphere, if not the entire world. And Speed Dom proves it, right? But one of the reasons that Speed Dom proves it is all four of those guys are really, really, really big meth addicts. And I am too, and I can spot it when you hear them rap. Because meth will change the inner workings of your energy, and it will allow you to flow like that. But the reason that the rappers can flow with such tight, fast, like, you know, like that stuff, I can't even mimic a line. Like, I don't know, something, can't even think a line that's that fast, really that fast. But like, you know, but that stuff is all due to methamphetamine and cocaine. That's how they got it. That's how Mac Miller got it. Like, you know, that stuff is because they're gonzo and they use their drugs as musicians to channel their fucking skills into fucking, you know, freestyling and shit like this. And that's a drug thing, right? So, but that sucks. That was such a bad influence on me. I remember I remember when Eminem was on his first Rolling Stone cover, and I was like, oh my God, I want my face to look like this. And I did. My face looked like that for 17 years. Watch. Eminem first Rolling Stone cover, right? I'll never forget this. I had this on my wall for 15 fucking years. And we got to find the right one. There it is. I had this. My best friends can tell you. I had this particular Rolling Stone cover on my fucking wall for like, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. Why aren't we pulling the image? You're completely incompetent, you stupid piece of shit developer. Get out of the industry. Open image in new tab. There it is. You see it? There's Marshall geeked out on methamphetamine, listening to Dre Beats headphones or something like that in 2001 or something. Totally dilated pupils, white light, all that stuff, yellow jacket or something like that. Completely geeked out on methamphetamine on the Rolling Stone cover. He was my fucking living god of a hero for a long time. I was like, I want to be all twacked out on math and fucking like be on the Rolling Stone cover. I want to do that. I can be an MC. I can be a lead singer. I was a lead singer in 8 years. I do have songs on YouTube, and I still think I could do this. I'm too old now, but when I was younger, I could have done this. I had that prettiness or whatever you call it. I had the X Factor. I wasn't an ugly man, you know? Like him, I wasn't an ugly man. I could have done this, but my problem is I was venerating people who were twacked out on the Rolling Stone cover, and that ruined me. Like I was venerating Marilyn Manson and fucking, you know, Nine Inch Nails, Trent Reznor, and were my two greatest heroes. And then right after that was, of course, Eminem, well, you know, Slim Shady, who on the Rolling Stone cover twacked out on meth. Who else? Like, they're like drug gods, like Chris Cornell from Soundgarden, Scott Weiland from fucking Stone Temple Pilots comes up every fucking night because I keep talking about rappers and stuff. But yeah, like all the people that I venerated were crazy, twacked out fucking junkies that were like completely three sheets to the wind. All of them, from Kurt Cobain on down to fucking Eminem and everybody in between. All of them. And this had a terrible, terrible effect on my life, my drug addictions, my friends, the people around me, the inner city ghettos, hip hop, rap, the fucking music scenes, rape culture, problems, homophobia, right-wing rap, all the stuff that has spawned. I swear to God, it spawned terrible devil spawn stuff. And Eminem used to talk in the music, talk about it in the music. He's like, you know, stop calling this the devil's music. This is for the kids' amusement, you know? It's not what you say it is, but it was kind of. You know, like Kurt had just died of his overdose, and Hole was touring with Manson, and we all loved fucking Courtney Love because she lived through this, you know, and she was a junkie, and all of her friends were a junkie, and everybody she knew was a junkie. Fucking, I'm fairly sure that Billy Corgan was a tweaker, and he was like dressed up bald with like a black jacket on all of his videos and a big pair of sunglasses like Marilyn Manson or something, and he was twacked out of his mind, completely shaved his eyebrows and his fucking head off, and he was bald because becoming famous completely wrecked Billy Corgan. And he did go through something. We don't know what it is. He doesn't talk about it, but he went through something. All of my fucking heroes, and most of them are fucking dead. We're lucky Slim Shady's still with us. We're lucky Yellow Wolf's still with us. We're lucky they're all still with us, and this was not good for me. All that bad influence stuff about drugs in the ghetto and all that stuff, I'm waking up to it today, how bad it was, and I can't believe how dumb I am that I finally came to it like 25 years later, but I should not have been venerating this terribly morally bankrupt shit. I thought it was for shock value for 25 years, but now I think back about all the rape abduction scenarios on the rap albums, all the threats against their wives, the fact that they use their kids. That's only because his face is on the screen right now. But these aren't people that did good things. You know, we never should have venerated them in the first place, I don't think. I'm scared about 50 Cent because he was shot 9 times. One wonders if he got back about that. Did he get back at them? One kind of wonders. What bodies does 50 Cent have?
To address the elephant in the room that a lot of people
You
bring.
got bodies, 50 Cent, because you kind of used to talk about stuff like that. You got shot 9 times. You got bodies on you. I wonder how many of these people have bodies on them. Because if they killed somebody, I absolutely never want to hear them speak or their music ever the fuck again. And I'm sure some of these people do have bodies on them.
Bring up when discussing this beef.
He scares me with that a lot. He seemed to really want to venerate that culture. You know, he really scares me with that. I wonder if he's got bodies on him. He seems totally unafraid of these people, the way that like a fucking gang hitman would be. You got to kind of wonder if he's really is in a totally different caliber than these people that he's destroying, right? And I wonder if we're venerating somebody that maybe has a worse past than the people he's trying to destroy. I'm terrified of it, but he's saying these things like, nope, I was on camera for 25 years. I don't have history like that. My wife and my kids, like, they can vouch for me, all my friends and stuff. Everybody knows I don't have a history like that. And I'm starting to believe him. I am starting to believe him, but I've never met somebody who came up out the ghetto without some kind of terrible charge that you can't really get out of. For me, it's trespassing, which was busted down from fucking burglary and breaking and entering, you know. But I was there for some information, trying to find my cat, and I let the guy citizen arrest me, and I paid my debt to society, and they busted it down to just like petty theft because I didn't steal anything, and they dropped the petty theft charge because I didn't steal anything, and they let me go after I fixed the window anyways, but you know, I apologized to the guy, and I made amends to my community, and I reset the probation, and I did 4 more years of probation because of that. Drug tests every Wednesday, and expensive ass rides to the drug test place. And I still went for 4 more years of probation, paid my debt to society. I'm not any better than any of these fucking people. And in my experience, Curtis didn't get out of the ghetto without bodies or problems or something. Maybe he stole someone's career, maybe he stole someone's lyrics, something. There's gonna be something here. I just don't believe that this man is squeaky clean. I just don't.
He is worth an estimated.
I'm not an idiot. I'm not a fool. My mother did not raise a fool. I look at a man that is not scared of any elements of the ghetto, and I have that same thing, and I know what it takes to reach that place. It means you know everything there is to know about it.
$2.5 billion, making him hip-hop's first billionaire. 50 Cent, meanwhile, is estimated to be worth around $40–50 million. Some people look at this disparity and say 50's behavior is driven by jealousy. They point to the fact that Jay has built this massive empire.
No, I think he's been on camera for 20 years, and this is about things that they did to him, and I think it's starting to sound more and more legit as I listen to it, because I think back about all these times, and I'm like, no, it does jibe with everything I heard about G-Unit and all that terrible shit. I don't know.
While 50 has had some financial
I think G-Unit was a bad idea. I didn't need that unholy alliance, and I don't remember anything G-Unit did that I liked.
Backs over the years.
Which is weird because I like all 3 of those MCs so fucking much, or DJ. And like, you know, and I really like all of the people around them, and it's weird, but G-Unit did not speak to me, and that's because 50 Cent never spoke to me. His music never spoke to me. I really would have had a problem back in 2005 if somebody put 50 Cent on the radio. I would be like, no, this is like really base, stupid shit from the ghetto that they're just designed to do bottles in the club. I would have said this way back in 2005. I would have been like, it's not my kind of rap and hip-hop. Don't put on 50 Cent, you know?
But 50 would argue that money isn't everything, and that
It's not. It's also, you have to get along with these people and have a relationship and live on planet Earth with everybody too. It's like a social contract thing too.
Amount of success should protect someone from accountability. So where does all of this leave us? The beef.
But it does. It totally protects these rich shitheads. It totally protects them. We have to stop it. He's got to go to jail. I know nobody wants to hear this, but Donald Trump has to go to jail for our fucking country to fucking heal. Yeah, I know, because I've been victimized by people all of my goddamn life. If you don't get your closure, you tear up your fucking life, your friends, your family, everything. If you don't get your closure after a traumatic fucking event like your president being a goddamn child molester and leading you down 8 years of fucking nightmares and shit and totally breaking our country and impoverishing us. I know it sucks that you backed him, but you do need to accept that he needs to go to jail for the entire country to get their goddamn closure and walk away from this and be like, well, the bad man's gone, is the bad man gone now, daddy? And daddy gets to go, yes, the bad man's gone now. He will never touch children again. He will not send us to war with Venezuela, and he needs to be in fucking jail. We can't heal until he does. That's the real thing. I don't care about him seeing jail time. I don't care if he ever does see jail time. I'm not trying to destroy his life or whatever. It's not my place to judge. Let SCOTUS or somebody else do that to him, right? Now, I am not a judge. I don't want to play judge, jury, and executioner for Donald Trump. I'm calling for his arrest, particularly because I know how much damage he's done to America, and that arrest will heal our souls. Anybody with any emotional intelligence, and I know so much of America is totally blind when it comes to that, but anybody with emotional intelligence can tell that the minute Donald Trump is actually behind bars, this country will begin healing. Even if some crazy shithead like J.D. Vance takes over the same day, it won't matter. The country will begin healing because it has been a terrible, traumatic fucking experience for like 16 years or some shit. It's been 12 years since that clown stepped to the podium. 12 years of complete hell. And we do need to heal, and the only way we can heal is to get closure, knowing that the bad man's gone now. That's what happens to criminals, and why he's not in jail is beyond me. Presidency is not a good enough reason.
50 Cent and Jay-Z is about more than just music industry.
Dead horse. I want them to do something about this.
Friendos, welcome back. It's been a while. I feel like I've been saying
I'm gonna intersperse the Diddy slop with like other stuff that isn't slop. Because it's gonna be slop for like 5 months. I know, I've been doing this all my life. There was O.J. Simpson, there was the Menendez brothers, there was fucking JonBenet Ramsey, there was, the Gulf War, 9/11, fucking all this crazy dumb shit that the fucking nation pays attention to like it's their own family. They understand the names of the kids, and they understand who the offenders are and all this crazy shit, and they know every angle and shit, and they sit around the water cooler for 5 or 10 years and they talk about O.J. Simpson, or they talk about JonBenet, or they talk about the fucking, I don't know, the Ramsey case, or the fucking, the Menendez brothers, or Gary Condit, or fucking, or P. Diddy, or whatever it is. And it's already been like a year of that fucking cycle. We've been out of it for about 6 months, but it's about to go in for another 6 months, and the New World Chat's gonna light up with fucking P. Diddy quotes again. It's so stupid. Not the New World Chat, but all the MMO chats are gonna light up with stupid ass P. Diddy shit, and they're gonna name their characters P. Diddy, and they're gonna be like, did he do it? Did he do it? That's the next documentary that the 50 Cent is already finished. It is coming in like 2 or 3 weeks, and it's another goddamn 4 miniseries in a documentary designed to just destroy all of these shitheads that have been destroying America.
A lot lately, but I did just...
So I will intersperse reality. So I will bring reality in between all of the Diddy slop we're about to see for the next 5 months while they suss out whether or not we back child molesters to run the highest office in the fucking land, which we absolutely did. The evidence is out now. I think we did. I mean, I'm saying that I think we did,
Get over like 2 weeks of the worst flu I've ever had, which is not...
Oh no, the worst flu you've ever had. I was sick with the flu once for 3 weeks, my best friend and I haven't got a flu or a cold now in 19 years, I think. Where's the comments now? I said what I meant.
Not ideal. Either way, real funny story for you today, as well as we're just going to talk about how Ion 2's been going, because why not come back with a banger? NCSoft sues YouTuber who insultingly comments on Ion 2 has the police on his tail. This is the title from the Mine MMO, a German MMO website, but the real crux of this here is that NCSoft are suing a YouTuber for saying things that they don't like about their game. Now, I don't speak Korean, which is obviously going to be a problem here because the guy's channel is in Korean. So it would be really hard to validate whether or not what he's saying is defamation or not, because obviously
Did I die?
what we have to understand is that in certain parts of the world, defamation is a crime,
I did die.
whereas in places where we live, defamation is typically like a civil matter. So you'll say something bad about a company and then they can take you to civil court and sue you for damages or whatever. In Asia, in many places in Asia, they can actually report you to the police and you can be arrested and sent to prison for saying things that are objectively true. This is the biggest issue with it, right? In some places, saying negative things about people, even if they're true, even if you can prove that they're true, could still be illegal or could still cause you problems. I know this was the case in Thailand when I was looking up, like, the reason why there's not a lot of negative reviews on things, even if the experience was negative, is that it doesn't matter if what you're saying is true or not. You might still get fucked, and not just fucked civilly in a court, but fucked criminally in a court. So apparently in Korea, you can just report somebody to the police for saying things about your video game that is objectively a pile of shit. Let's be clear here. Ion 2, you might enjoy it. Somebody you know might enjoy it. Their fucking brother's cousin's mother might enjoy it. But the game is objectively bad. It's a mobile game that they've told you was a PC game, that they told you wouldn't be pay to win, that is definitely a mobile game, and is definitely one of the most pay to win games I've ever fucking seen on a PC. It's pretty rough. How pay to win is the game? Well, you can see here somebody in the Taiwan server spent about 30,000 United States dollars to make a bow.
God, fucking, why are you blowing $30,000 like 5 days away from the Armageddon or whatever? You're so stupid. Humans are so stupid. $30,000 on Aeon 2 shit. It must be like the premier Korean Aeon 2 guy who's like making his living off Aeon 2. Let's fucking hope. Let's fucking hope. I fucking hope. Wait, did you start the car wash? You didn't.
The best bow in the game currently, he spent around 30k to make it. Could he have done that as a normal player?
Fuck no, and that's my problem with pay to win shit like that. Look, is this free? Does zombie for Oh, I want to turn on pacifist mode. I think the death is coming, like right now. And I need to turn on pacifist mode pretty much immediately. Yep. You ever get that spidey sense, like, PvP players are coming on the way now, I have 45 seconds to live, must make movement, do something, go pacifist, get out of the lobby, something, right? I get that all the time, and I give into it every single time, because it does serve me, it gets me out of problems all the time. I'm like, nope, I can sense that some Sith is hunting me right now. I literally have a Jedi sense of, like, I'm good at that. I really feel pretty confident saying that. I can sense when somebody's hunting me. I really can. I might not detect them, but I can sense when they're hunting me. It's weird. I don't know what it is. It's like a weird sixth sense thing, but I can tell. Yeah, I can read it through the cable lines and shit like that with my mind or something. But I know when someone's hunting me, and I get that feeling, and I'm like, nope, I've got something like 60 seconds to live. I get this sinking feeling And I've learned to give into it because it's always right. It's almost always right. I get this sinking feeling. Something I saw on the mini-map, usually. Something I saw on the mini-map, like a dot or something, totally gives me this misgiving, and I get this sinking feeling that killers are coming to where I am right now. I've got like 30 seconds to live. I've either got to bomb out, teleport out completely, or log off the game, or safe log, or log out, or change session, or something, because it's like, you know I have 60 seconds to live. And when I saw the guy's bike, I was like, yep, he's out here. He'll hop on the bike. He'll just waste me the second I get out of the car. I've got to go to a private session, you know, etc., etc. Maybe I should be in the car wash thing. I don't know. It's kind of warm in here for some reason, but it's a cold day. It's cold outside, and it's sort of weird.
That didn't pay 30k. No, he couldn't have done this.
And it's pay to win, and I'll never touch the fucking game because you know why? Something about it. But I swear to God, I'll log in the game, and that guy will be there. And if there's PvP, he will shoot me. It's something about it. Like I also, for some reason, something else about my Sixth Sense stuff is for some reason, I'm usually the guy that can actually maybe do something about the situation. So for some reason, God or nature or RNG or whatever it is, they always have me stumble into the big problem. I'm always the guy who discovers the big problem first because I'm giving in to the whispers of my mind and totally not following guidance or trying to be somewhere almost ever. So then I just give in to my whispers in my mind, and it guides me right to the biggest problem in PvP right then and there. And they usually jump me, which is so fucking annoying. And I'm like, God damn it, why did my Sixth Sense bring me right to the feet of the biggest shark on the fucking server or whatever it is, or the worst guy with the worst hacks on Rust, or whatever the fuck it is, or some asshole on Fortnite that I dodged like, I don't know, like 3 minutes ago. And now he's right the fuck on top of me, and he's the worst guy here. I know he's got the big boss thing that makes him invincible or gives him a second life or something like that. And there's like 15 guys here, but I'm the one who aggroed the guy who's got the power suit. Now I've got to fight him, and I've got to fight all the other third parties or whatever, because whatever the biggest trouble is, it immediately aggroes me and me first for some fucking reason. You could call it being bad or having bad luck, but no, it's more like I have a nose for sniffing out trouble, and I put myself in the trouble because I have no compunction of not putting myself in the trouble. I don't really feel fear. I mean, I feel fear, but but it's not fear. It's like this anxiety that I'm going to be embarrassed, that I didn't anticipate whatever surprises me. It's like a anxiety, I would say, but I don't have a fear of some bigger Goliath target, no matter how much bigger they are than me anymore. And I find that I gravitate to whatever that biggest threat is, and I immediately try to dominate that challenge. And if I can beat that, I'm probably the best person there. And that's weird because it brings me toe-to-toe with the worst PvPers, because they all move in the same sort of style. They all press W and chase the biggest target on the fucking server. They all do that too. So then inevitably you come up against the only other whale there. And sometimes it'll be out in some crazy zone, or like, you know, it'll be in like Poshvon or something, and the only other crazy whale that's on that late, within 3 jumps or something, just happens to come to the same asteroid in a fucking like a venture or something like that. And then sure enough, the gank comes in another 90 seconds later or something like that, because he just goes pop into another ship. And sure enough, you know, then I don't see anybody the fuck else again for 18 fucking hours, and that's how Eve is. But it's not, though. Usually I find the big guy, I aggro him, he stomps me in, or I stomp him in. But no matter what, I pretty much gravitate to him. It's something about some psychic ability that I have. It's like a sixth sense. I would call it a sixth sense, where I can detect if they're hunting me, and for whatever reason, my sixth sense takes me to the biggest threat that's there. It puts me in a direct confrontation with that biggest threat for whatever the fuck it is. And it is almost a sixth sense thing, because that might be hard to find. If the guy doesn't want you to find him, and he's the most geared player in the lobby or on Fortnite or in Rust or whatever, he might not want you to find him. In which case, I will immediately end up right on top of him. Right on top of him. Like the less that he wants me to find him, and honestly, the less prepared I am to fight him, the faster I find him. and it's annoying. It's like this thing that I've known for 20 years. I will find the biggest threat and immediately get in some kind of dumbass moment with them and lose probably, pretty much immediately. And that in its own is actually kind of an advantage in some ways, because you're always identifying the biggest fucking threat, getting in some bitch tip with them, and maybe usually they have more gear than me, so they win. I get very, very angry about this because I watch all these other players just drive around like normal or play Fortnite like normal, and they don't aggro the fucking whales and get in these crazy 1v1s about proving whoever's got the bigger dick or whatever. It's like a dick measuring contest with these fucking whales all the time, and I hate them. I don't like getting in whale confrontations with dudes who are such losers that they need to do dick measuring contests with rando Calrissians on some video game. But I will find them, and I will land on them, and the less prepared I am for them, and the better, more prepared they are to kill me, the faster I will find them. Like often it will spawn me on top of them, you know? And that can be used to my advantage. Sometimes I'll just use it. I'll be like, I'm not equipped to fight this guy, and he is the guy with the rocket launcher here, and I'm not likely to win this fucking fight, and all my friends are dead. But the problem is, I'm the one who found him. I came to him fucking fast. My sixth sense has forced me to get into an engagement with him pretty much immediately, and that is an advantage sometimes. I will pull out kills for some reason because it wasn't fated for me to fight that guy right then and there, but because I ESP tracked him and I bumbled into him because I wasn't trying to find him. Here I am winning and not realizing it, right? And I stumble right the fuck into the worst guy on the fucking server every single fucking time. Tarkov was a game I could not play because I did run into Pestilli a bunch of goddamn times. Just stumbled on him. Because I find whales with my sixth sense and I aggro them, I get in some kind of bitch tiff, and then they're usually more geared than me because they're whales. So I lose. But sometimes I win, I take their sets, and I win Fortnite games, you know? Not often, but I do. I do win Fortnite games a lot, thousands of them, because my sixth sense just brings me right to their feet sometimes. Right through the code. Just right to them. I don't know why. Some blip on a radar, or some glint on a glass, or like, you know, I see a helicopter out of the view, and you wouldn't normally just chase some random helicopter on a Grand Theft Auto server, but I guarantee that helicopter that I just saw, he's the big whale on the fucking server because he's right the fuck on top of me. And he's in a helicopter, no one else is. And that's the big whale on the fucking server. He is, and I fucking aggroed him. Look how big this fucking island is, but he was right the fuck here. He was right here flying past me. You know? I don't know where he is now. Where's that helicopter at? There he is. He might be hunting me, but I'm pacifist, right? But yeah, there he is. That's the guy that I saw. He's the whale on the server. He's right the fuck on top of me. I wasn't trying to find him. I'm not prepared to fight him. I'm pacifist, at least. But I mean, like, you can see it work in real time. Like, the whale, of all the places on the island that he could be, he is immediately on top of me. Like, and he went to the casino when he realized that I'm in like pacifist mode, but the whale did scam me, and he was coming to kill me. He realized I was in pacifist, so he didn't push it. But like, and I've come to recognize this pattern. For some, I don't know what you would call it, but it's like a talent for getting in big bruiser fights. Whoever their big guy is that's got the most skill there, I encounter them first, and I do it by accident, which surprises them, and I get kills that I wouldn't normally get. It's like I bumble in like a loser, not trying to find him at all, because I wasn't trying to find him, I stumble on him, and I get a kill that I wouldn't normally get, and I use this to win Fortnite matches all the time. Because it's because I'm a cooler. It's a term that they use for gamblers who lose all the time. Like, I'm a cooler, unless I want to win, right? Otherwise, I'm a cooler. I lose by default pretty much all the fucking time. I AFK or disconnect or get wasted or something. I'm AFK, I'm on some other client. I'm always the guy who dies first or whatever it is. But I'm not bad. I have thousands of wins, thousands of hours on tons of extraction games and shit like this. It's not like I'm bad. It's that I just don't play like they do. I'm looking to stumble along. The minute that I feel that there's a goal, it feels like it's wrong. The minute, and while I roam around with, you see me do this all the time. I roam around with no clear goal at all, just going somewhere. I'm sure this bothers people who are there to see the content, because they're like, are you even on a mission? Are you even doing anything? And the answer is yes. I'm just giving in to the whispers in my mind, and it takes me to the best confrontation that I can get with the most intimidating target. It's like some kind of cooler disease where I find the worst guy I could possibly find by accident, which gives me the opportunity to gain the greatest advantage that I possibly could have got by killing him. And he doesn't know I'm coming because I find him by accident. Do you get it? And I have a powerful sixth sense ability to find the nastiest guy completely by fucking accident on a massive, massive map like Rust or whatever. It's just like that. Sometimes it's ESP, but other times it's like ESP is in like cheating, but I mean, but my shit's ESP. My shit's ESP, which is like, look, there he is. There's that fucking whale. He's out looking for targets. He knows I'm pacifist, so he didn't hit me, but he is here. He's like here. And for some reason, I find whales like this with literally no difficulty, ever. I always stumble into them. The worst guy I possibly could have found. The most geared, most skilled guy. I just gravitate to them like a magnet, directly to them. They hunt in the same places. They do the same things. They random roam like that. And they're angry and they press W like me. So I just find them immediately. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I really feel that I systematically meet much nastier people than the average player does, just because of the way that I play the game. And this is why I do stuff like Quit Rust, because, you know, I get real sick of stumbling on the whale there that's gonna have the stuff to actually kill me by accident. And I give him a run for his money that other people don't give him because it's by accident. Quite literally by accident. And maybe I kill him if I have enough fast reflexes to take advantage of the surprise. And I end up killing crazy people that I wouldn't normally kill with like crazy snapshot headshots because I've only got about a second to kill them because I stumbled into them. And this taught me how to have very fast reflex jerk flicks and stuff like that, because I accidentally get in confrontations that I shouldn't get into with the worst possible person I could get into all the time by accident, really, really efficiently. It drives me crazy. I want a word for it. It's like bouncer aggro, right? It's like bouncer. It's like aggroing a bouncer in a club, right? Just by walking in, because you're the big guy there and he's threatened by your size, your stature, or your demeanor, or whatever it is. Like, yeah, I would say I have bouncer aggro. I find the worst guy in the club that's gonna hurt me the most, and then I somehow offend him or step on him or go to the same area or take his loot or something. Aggro him by accident and he's not expecting it, and then I'm just naked, and then I sock the bouncer faster than he socks me. I knock him cold, kill him, take his loot. And that's how I win Fortnite matches. That's actually my style. I don't ever go looking to kill somebody, ever. I do it all by accident. And it is a weird style that I've never seen anybody else have, and you can understand it when you see it. Like right now, I'm free roaming, and I have Pacifist on, because the likelihood of me finding a whale right the fuck on top of me because of who I am and how crazy I am and how chaotic I am is actually fairly high. So I just turn on the pacifist mode these days because for some reason I have like conjure whale on top of me, aggro bouncer perk. It's like aggro whale on top of me, aggro the bouncer, the scariest guy in the club, you know? Yeah, and then I aggro the bouncer, and if I kill the bouncer, then I'm the bouncer. I'm the scariest guy in the club then. And that's how I win Fortnite matches, that's how I play Rust, that's how I kill people on the road so efficiently, stuff like that. And it's because I don't have a goal. Everybody else is press W, all gas, no brakes, moron. And I am too, but the difference is they're going somewhere. I press W just to have fun. You know?
Aloha, dude. Hey. Ah! Can't board it along, dude. Well, it's
got him too. I got that guy. Sorry I killed 10 cops right on top of you. Bye. Oh, pretty good. The door killed him. The door opened and I killed him with it. I opened the door really fast and I jammed him in the face with it and it killed him because it pierced his throat. Give me this armor. Give me armor. I won't move. Why won't you move? Why don't you have armor? No, you guys don't get to stop me today. That's not happening. You're gonna force it. I know the developer wants to force it. The developer's forcing it. The developer's like, you can't. You can't. You have to die. God damn it, developer. What the fuck was this? It was a grayed out menu that you did, so it forced me to die. I really feel you just sabotaged me there. What the fuck was that? Please open the pause menu. Please open the pause menu. You're so annoying. I hope you get a better UI than this. Your UI is garbage. Fucking console UI. Ugh.
Unless he'd played the game from now until fucking infinity comes. So yeah, definitely a thing that gives you an advantage in the game that you paid for, commonly referred to as pay to win. So a lot of people on the Aeon2 subreddit think that this is just the brokies complaining that they don't have 30k to spend on a fucking pixel in a video game. One day ago, one of the most upvoted threads on the subreddit for Ion, you lied to us. Yep. Yeah, as if we didn't see that coming. Lied in multiple ways constantly. And it's not only that the game is tremendously pay to win, because there's a certain level of acceptance in the games industry nowadays, especially in the MMO genre, that there will be some level of pay to win and people buying things that speed up their progression. Not only that, but it also has one of the craziest subscription models ever. But in fact, I'm not even going to say one of. Ion 2 has the craziest subscription model I've ever fucking seen. Yeah. Ever for anything. And I subscribe to Adobe Premiere. And that shit is another tale for another video, I guess. I will read you the news post. NC's filed a complaint against the YouTube channel that has been continuously spreading false information about Ion 2. We don't know whether it's false or not, because I don't speak Korean. So NC said on the 17th, which is today, we've filed a complaint with the Seoul Gangnam Police Station against the operator of the YouTube channel Game Changhyun for spreading false information, etc. At the same time, we've filed a lawsuit, so he's getting 2 dicks. All the player base got at minimum 2 dicks when they lied about the game, lied about the monetization, and then released, and then, oh, fucking hell, it's pay to win. Oh, we didn't even know it's pay to win. More pay to win than we thought, even though we added it in the game, even though we told you it wasn't gonna be a day ago. Oh, fucking hell, we're shocked. Here's the dick, here's the double dick. So he's getting the criminal and the civil litigation for defamation, insult, and obstruction of business due to the spreading of false information. This guy's gonna get fucking wrecked, by the way. NCSoft explained it determined that YouTube had continuously and repeatedly posted and distributed defamatory content about Ion 2 that was different from the truth. He's been broadcasting false or insulting content on his YouTube channel, such as NCSoft only punishes non-paying users. This is... I mean, it depends on context, right? In what context is he saying this? But you are literally punished by not paying, because the game experience is worse if you don't pay. A statement of objective truth. So I don't know, maybe he was saying if you pay money they don't ban you for certain things or whatever, you know, they don't hand out infractions to people that pay. I can't know that, but obviously I don't think that should be grounds for defamation. They are selling by inserting macros. I don't know what this means. Does he mean they're making bots, or they're inserting bots or something and then selling currency in the game? This is like, obviously I can't prove that, but that has literally happened in games before. You can Google it. This has absolutely happened. An NCSoft official is the boss of the workshop. I'm not even going to pretend to know what the fuck that means. Let's see if the German translation article. We're just using all translated articles here, apparently.
Quality protection through and through.
This says a certain NCSoft employee is the CEO of the company. I can't even begin to try to understand what the fuck that is in reference to or means. The intentional and repeated actions of him not only had negative impacts on our services, but also caused psychological harm to the individual developer.
I think this video like screwed up because of the
Friendos, welcome back.
Yeah,
it's been a while. I feel like I've been saying that a lot lately, but I did just get over like 2 weeks boss of the workshop. I'm not even going to pretend to know what the fuck that means. Let's see if the German translation article. We're just using all translated articles here, apparently. This says a certain...
Yeah, these are dying.
NCSoft employee is the CEO of the company. I can't even begin to try to understand what the fuck that is in reference to or means. The intentional and repeated actions of him not only had negative impacts on our services, but also caused psychological harm to the individual developer. However, the greatest damage is the harm caused to the users due to the false information. I mean, maybe I don't know. I'd have to know the details to see, because on the surface of this, on the face of this idea that this person could go to prison for shit talking dog shit NCSoft, terrible, one of the worst companies to ever do it, and one of the worst games produced to ever do it from one of the worst companies. The idea you could be in prison for doing that. I mean, there's certainly better things to be doing with your time, he says, while doing the same thing. But that's a crazy thing to go to prison for. Like, imagine you arrive in the big house. Oh, what are you in here for? Fucking talk shit about NCSoft dinner. Crazy world. They say, he added, we've carefully reviewed the situation in which the spread of this false information is causing harm to users, developers, and the company, and have reached this decision after careful discussion with the internal and external experts. They explained that while it's natural to monitor, criticize, and point out corporate activities and services, and that it's the responsibility of the company to provide better products and services through this process, all true, great statement so far. In cases where false information is intentionally and continuously spread, it had no choice but to choose the minimum self-defense measures to protect customers, shareholders, and employees. I don't think criminal and civil is the minimum self-defense, but, you know, I'm not big fucking billionaire corporate executive, am I? So who knows? Who cares what my opinion is? That being said, I agree in principle with this statement. I agree if somebody is spreading absolutely defamatory, fucking provably, objectively false statements about your company that is harming business. I agree. But at the same time, this guy's getting like a couple thousand views on his videos on average. And he's playing and promoting the game. He's obviously posting like every fucking video since the game came out is about Ion 2, and it's him playing the game, talking about the game. So I don't know. Again,
how is this a game anymore? It's you dumping money for some perceived like fool's folly of like thinking that you're better than everybody else on the server, But really, it's only the developers better than you. And they took your money. You think that you're in some fake competition. I know because I've done it enough years to know. Pay to win is worthless because it's not worthless, but it's like it's not needed. Because no matter what, there's always some bigger fish. That's Qui-Gon Jinn, by the way, from Star Wars. There's always a bigger fish, so it doesn't matter how much money you dump into a fucking, like, anything, any items or whatever. Maybe you want to be the best. But the problem is, like, the minute that you did that, you have been cucked by the, and I don't use that word a lot, you have been cucked by the fucking devs, and you have now paid them a lot of fucking money, and that advantage, you're not any better than me. In a free set, you're not any better than me. They make the game like that. I think they're legally required to. Where if I want to, unless it's like Diablo Immortal or something like that, or something worse like, what's really pay to win? I can't even think of anything really. Nothing's really pay to win, really. I can't think of anything. You know, you can't just buy your way to winning like multiplayer MMOs. I can't think of any pay to win games where it's super bad like that. But I guess you could look at like gacha as being, or a gacha game as being like, pay to win in PvE. So are you racing other PvE whales that you're going to lose the time trial in your mind? Because otherwise, the only person that gained any advantage when you drop $30,000 on an item like that is a developer. They will not give you enough of a... Stalk the convoy. Attack the convoy when they reach the ambush area. What convoy? Oh my god. This car is so fucked up, I want to return it. They want me to kill this convoy? Okay. My partner's down. Oh, what was that? Please go. Please heal. Why would you heal? Changing the allocation. What? Well, I don't have armor. I just bought armor. What are you talking about? I just bought 10 armors. What are you talking about? You are glitched, you worthless piece of shit. So... Where's my armor? I just bought armor in the store. I double checked too before I started the mission. Why is there no armor? It's because you glitched. I know I bought armor. You're lying. I remember double checking and trying to buy more. Can I shoot the driver? I think I probably can. I'll just get up on the side of him and shoot him in the head, I guess. Oops. Oops, yeah. Okay, good. Running out of time. I think I want to stay on the same side of the river that he's on. Whoa. Oh no, am I like some impound or something? Oh no. No, let me out. Let me out. Damn it, I'm some dead-end road now. I hate this little thing that they did right here. I always get caught here. It was terrible design. Some chopper engaging me. Oh. I love this car. I should get out my faster car, maybe. Ah, damn it, fucking Apex. The hell was that? Thank you. Is there someone else in here? Yes, there is. What? What was this? Some fucking muggle ran into me while I was parked. Fucking idiot. Is this guy? No, he's right there. Don't run me over again. Get out. Fuck, I let them get so far. This is gonna take forever. 4 miles. Well, at least I'm on the highway. I killed him. I don't know how I killed him, but I killed him. How did I kill that guy with grenades? I'm getting good at this game. Some of those kills are... What? Wow. I think I got another one. And these dudes aren't even really like challenging me anymore. Every grenade is just like hitting them for some reason. So I'm like timing it really well. Nice, I did it.
Stuff's coming for you. They also plan to consider countermeasures against posts that law viewers with provocative titles and images completely unrelated to the content. They're going after clickbait. BuzzFeed, fucking you better watch out as well, boys. They're going after the clickbaiters. And CSOF stated will continue to actively work and respond to protect game users and intellectual property rights in IP in the future. Yeah, I guess so. It makes me laugh how they want to protect game users against somebody saying something that, you know, maybe is false.
Ooh,
or
cool,
maybe they
snow
just
planet.
disagree with. We don't
It's
know.
beautiful.
We don't have that context. They want to protect the users against potentially incorrect words or bad words that they don't like, but they don't want to protect users against fucking gambling and pay to win and FOMO predatory monetization
Hi, kitty.
that they themselves
How are
create and put in their
you?
game.
Come see me.
Crazy how one makes them money and they don't care. The other doesn't make them money and may cost them money and they do care.
Food?
Water is indeed wet.
Let's
Just
feed
while
you.
we're on the topic, 'cause I'm probably not going to talk about this again for a good long while, I just wanted to point out, like, you know when I go on these self-indulgent rants and I talk about stuff like, oh, after doing YouTube for a long time, you just tend to notice that people will lie online about you in a place where they don't think you're going to see it, and then they will, someone else will see the lie, they'll upvote the lie, they'll spread this lie, and nobody will ever fact-check the original lie. I have one that I screenshotted weeks ago that I just never got around to talking about in a video that I wanted to show people just as another case of evidence against this, and also because it's funny, the level of delusion people have about strangers online. This guy, when I came up in someone else's video, said this. Just FYI, Kira's one of the worst guys in streaming. Don't stream, by the way, so you're already off to a good start. I'm not a streamer, I'm a YouTuber. One time I countered him and his bullshit while he was trying to hide that he was sponsored in a video, but he was, and banned me. This has never happened. Like, I have no way to prove this other than the fact that in England this is a crime. On YouTube, this is a bannable offense. In the US, this is a sanctionable offense by, like, the fucking whoever, I can't remember what it is. It's the F something. The people that do like the regulation of like advertisements and whatever. I can never remember the acronym for this one. Basically, he's accusing me. The premise of this whole thing is, I said the game would be pay to win. These people said it wouldn't be pay to win. I was proven right, and his counter to me being proven right is to make up an objectively untrue statement that in his mind he had like a battle with me about me being unethical and doing something illegal, which again didn't happen. And then he goes and spreads this online and people upvote this because instead of just disagreeing with my point or arguing against my point, they've just made up this fiction in which I'm an actual criminal and a really bad person, and they were actually the good person that was battling against me and this unethical thing that I've done, this crime. Obviously didn't happen. Like, I've never... Ask yourself the question, why would anybody that was at the level of success that I've been at with YouTube, not now because I don't really make videos all that often anymore, but bear in mind in like 2022, 2021, 2023 even to an extent, I was making like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars from YouTube per year. And I didn't even accept sponsors for the majority of that time. So basically, I built my entire brand on like calling out creators, calling out businesses, calling out unethical practices, consumer practices, and things like that. And I risked 6 years of building up that brand trust and showing you all these things and being transparent about things behind the scenes. And in this guy's brain, I fucked all that up for one time of a sponsor that he can't even point to. He can't even say what video it was. He can't even say what game it was. So then obviously lies in the reply to the lie, because he then says, I didn't come up with the analysis and claimed I did it all myself, when in the video he's talking about, I literally had the whelps video up in the background the whole time and repeatedly said, this guy even did crunch the numbers and shown it us. Like, the more...
Sorry. Keyboard.
apparently me calling people idiots, which is what he's taking offense to
Wow,
create
it's
this
running
whole
even
fanfiction
better
in his
now
brain, where he's a
with the
valiant white
5080.
knight and I'm the evil wizard in the tower.
It's beautiful.
He's not focused on who's right or wrong.
I want to live
He's
on this
focused
planet.
on
This is the
me
best
calling
looking
people
planet I think
idiots.
I've been
He doesn't
to.
even care if something's true or false. He only cares if he's fucking Fifi's.
What planet is this?
So
It's
there we
Jaffa
go.
3.
Needlessly long video as usual. Hopefully somebody that speaks Korean does like an analysis on this guy's videos, so we can see what the guy said versus what's actually happening, because I think court documents in Korea are going to be quite difficult to follow. We'll try to do it if we can, because this is an interesting one. I've never heard. It's probably happened, probably in Asia as well, but I don't think I've ever heard of a YouTuber potentially going to prison for talking about a dog shit mobile MMORPG. So there's a first for everything. Just imagine, depending on where you live in the world, you could have got a bad spawn point to the stage where you could go to prison for fucking criticizing dog shit MMORPGs. There we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. More videos. My throat's killing me again. But hopefully 100% in, well, never at 100%, but some higher percentage of health in the coming days. And yeah, thanks for watching. Let me know what you want to see. Link me stuff on social media if there's something specifically you want to see me cover. And I'll see you next time. Check out Gamer Subs. They can support me with some additional funds for Christmas. If you use my code, you'll get a discount. I'll get a kickback. Win-win for everybody. Undisclosed sponsorship, of course. Criminal. The criminal I am. And I'll see you next time. Stay safe. We're out. Peace.
Hi. You are a wonderful kitty. I think they think that because we were doing retro gaming waiting for the next game, that they're all going to be able to just bring their crappy MMOs from 2003 back, like Warhammer Age of Reckoning and all this. And Guild Wars 1. And I don't think I want to play these old games. I could go play WoW right now, and I'm not doing that, you know? I shouldn't have paid for WoW. I just wanted to get an Alliance character made, and then I realized that I've got to buy Midnight before I can even work on the housing stuff, and my desire to play WoW was gone after 3 days, and I really wish I hadn't actually subbed, you know? Oh wow, Nerdslayer did Dune Awakening. This game came out like last year. Wow.
Funcom, a Nordic video game developer who's been around as long as I've been playing games, basically. and one who has made some of the most appearances on our series, Death of a Game, a show where we focus on investigating the largest contributing factors to a game or company's dying or eventual death. Now, Funcom isn't dead, no. We just happen to be covering another of their games. This time, not unlike the other videos, we see another case of a super strong start, amounting to a rocky launch and fumbling even more past that. But Funcom did team up with one of the more unlikely IPs, and one that recently put out a few successful movies even, based on a much older book series, Dune, or the Dune series. Funcom would secure the rights to make a few Dune games, even, and one of those was the hot topic for this video, Dune Awakening. Funcom's survival game with MMO elements or some mixture of the two, having just launched this past summer in June of 2025. Dune Awakening was able to sell an impressive 1 million copies in quite a jiffy, becoming Funcom's fastest selling game ever. But in no time as well, that success would turn into a beacon of distress, greatly quantifying how many people would know about the faltering launch for the new virtual world. Fans were echoing many complaints in unison, but worse, the player base had fallen off a cliff. Dune Awakening, big budget and popularity and all, being relegated to having fewer players than Funcom's previous survival online game, Conan Exiles.
Wow.
And so, many are wondering, what went wrong? How did Dune Awakening both manage to be Funcom's biggest success and arguably their biggest fumble? Well, detectives, we have a new case and a repeat perp. We have a timeline to ride and a mystery to solve. Grab your ornithopter or vehicle of choice, and let's get to the desert. We have a sandworm to avoid. The story begins with Funcom, a Nordic video game developer who's been around since basically the dawn of time and dawn of MMORPGs, having been founded as a company back in 1993, and one who has contributed greatly to that genre as well, with titles such as Anarchy Online, Age of Conan, and The Secret World. Now, besides Anarchy Online, a product of its time...
I forgot that they did Anarchy Online. Now, that was a good game for its time. The other two? No, or the three. They also did another Conan game, Age of Conan, before they did Conan Exiles. And Age of Conan was a cool game, but it's just too old, and the budget was a little too AA. It was a violent game with like pissing in it and stuff like this. It had a very adult theme for what we had at that time. And it was the first game I ever remember with nudity.
That they had no idea what they were doing.
And everybody played it because of the nudity. They saw that you could be nude and piss on people and stuff. So they showed up for like 3 weeks, and then it just died because Funcom cannot design MMOs. I've always really felt this way. I don't think what's it was called? Anarchy Online was good. I think it was good for its time, but I think EverQuest was a much better game. Look, I'm on like Hoth. Cool. I've never seen this place or monuments that look like that. Why does the game suddenly look way different now? I feel like I'm on a different FOV. I don't know though. Or maybe they just made the hallways wider. I am like lost in this ship because I hate this ship. I kind of want to move. Like I like this ship, but I want to just switch ships maybe, because the ships don't matter. I've got escorts now, and I could do a smaller ship that is easier to walk around in. But I also have all these people, and I don't know if they can fit. I've never designed a ship, and maybe I should try and do that. I didn't like the ship design in this game at all. And they don't explain it at all. They don't tell you what you need or how to throw it together or what you have to do, and it's like trial and error, and it's stupid, and I don't like it. I felt Nuts and Bolts. Nuts and Bolts was a better game for shipbuilding than this game. I am lost in my own ship because it's a terrible ship. It's so fucking annoying. I hate this stupid shit. There. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Hi, pretty kitty. Are you having a good time? Just sitting there. Doing okay, kitty? You seem like you're just like sitting there. Alright. Yeah, you're a good kitty. Okay, I'm just checking on you. Beautiful. This is like the best I've ever seen this game look. Why does this one look way, way better for some reason? What is that? What is that? And why? What the fuck? You scared me so bad. It was like, what the fuck? There was some dude in my face. I was like, are we in a fight? No. Oh yeah, I have like all these people. I forgot. Can I get more? Yeah, I think I can, but this is like enough. Can I get a whole army and just let them fight and just watch them fight? That would be fun. I don't have to do anything. What was that? What are you shooting at? What? Ugh. Quick saving. Oh, I have this thing screwed up, I think.
Doing at that time period. The other two titles were both loved and then hated, sometimes at the same time by the same people. Funcom would eventually branch out into other games alongside their popular adventure game series, The Longest Journey or Dreamfall, which is actually one of my favorite games too, by the way. One of these genres...
Dreamfall. I've never played that game, but I heard good things. Or I think I played it, but I didn't buy it, if I recall.
Popular, especially at the time, was the survival genre. Survival games are essentially vertical slices of a virtual world, or MMORPG, playing out much closer to a standard online RPG or lobby-type world. The main kicking factor they lack, or I guess core tenant, is the historical lack of permanence, a core tenant of being an MMORPG or even a virtual world. Funcom, who already had experience with utilizing their previous Age of Conan IP, they utilized for a virtual world already, would take the same mantle again, this time with desires to build a survival game of their own, with some permanence to it. Announced 3 years prior to Dune's announcement, though, Funcom would state their desire to create a new virtual world, but not the topic of this video. This time, a survival-focused one, also utilizing the Conan IP. Conan Exiles would be first announced in 2016 before launching into early access in a jiffy the following summer. Conan Exiles was plagued with tons of issues at launch, issues of lag, desync, and issues of a poor combat system on top of things. On top of this, early access or not, the content was quite thin for the game. Despite this, Funcom was dedicated to the game and worked to make it far more serviceable over the years post its
Which isn't good enough, just make it good when you launch.
Rating on Steam.
Cheaters.
Despite all of that work, however, in the end, Conan Exiles wasn't able to overcome how utterly average its combat was and how totally janky it was. This would become a major clue for their later title as well. Shortly after Conan Exiles, in fact, during its growing pains even, Funcom would announce work starting on an open-world Dune game, and I was already suspicious. How on earth could a game not feel or look like Conan Exiles in some way, based on timing and their usage of the same engine and concepts? Well, according to later reports, creative director Joe Vilos, someone they pulled right off of Conan Exiles, by the way, having previously also worked as a major designer on other Funcom projects for many years, would state that they would take as long as needed for their upcoming Dune survival game, however. Featured at Gamescom in August 2022 in a major way would be Funcom's new game, dubbed Dune Awakening, and was for the first time called an open-world survival MMO, which, history lesson for everybody, doesn't actually make any sense, and I'll explain. For starters, an open world is an MMO. It's kind of already implied. These are the same things, most likely just being used here as an advertiser buzzword. Second, a survival game MMO is basically like a sandbox-enabled or focused MMORPG. Has already existed as a concept. Hell, even the creator of Minecraft worked on one before he would then create Minecraft. For me, this was a red flag. Either Funcom was just hyping things up, didn't know what they wanted the game to be, or wanted the game to be a full-fledged survival-style MMORPG, which is a lofty goal. New World was already attempting, and gave up on actually trying before they even launched. Trying to satisfy both audiences of MMORPGs and survival games would actually be tough when the core mechanic of a survival game, the vertical slice genre if you will, is non-permanence and the chance to start again. This helps give you another chance at making things fair in a sense, whereas MMORPG players expect permanence and longer-term progression. These players are similar in ways and have some crossover, but they aren't the same audience. If Funcom wasn't careful, they could end up angering both audiences and satisfying none of them, something they had already done in each genre, MMORPG and survival. Funcom would push things ahead, and after a solid 4 years would announce the closed beta of Dune Awakening in November of 2023. Now, considering I haven't heard anything about this closed beta before, sad boy I wasn't invited. I don't know how much was actioned on from this beta testing, and that would probably become clearer as the game would become more publicly available anyway. The game would be first previewed in detail March 2024 during the Dune Awakening Direct series. Reportedly, the game was indeed going to be survival-focused, requiring players to shield themselves from the powerful sun as well as keep themselves hydrated, including throwing eliminating foes and using their blood, inherently creating a rather PvP-centric environment even baked into the PvE in the game. Funcom's idea, according to creative director Joel Bylos, was about combining the love of survival games and MMORPGs and giving survival game players more long-term form progression enjoyment than they were used to, and then giving MMO players, theoretically, more chances to build in a world they hadn't had before. There was reportedly play for all group sizes as well. Solo, small, or large was also promised. But even here in the comment section, you can already see some big questions being asked. Players wanted a clear delineation in their eyes. Was this more of a PvE or PvP game? The answer was obviously PvP. But for those unaware, the ignorance can turn quite toxic. And to be fair, they didn't promise that the PvP was optional. The main concern, though, that I have when I read the comments upon the first approach is that they were hoping that the PvP doesn't toxic, because then it would make the PvE unenjoyable. The second effect talks more about the lore of the game and the two factions and their hubspots, the Harkonnen faction and the Harko village, and the Atreides and the Iraqi. Interestingly enough, they also reference for the first time how the actual server architecture was going to work in the game. And long story short, it's a sharding system that connects a bunch of different server clusters together, making for a separate world map experience unless you happen to be in the same instance. This goes along with the fact that the game has a world map system that allows you to travel from instance to instance essentially, and it's not a bad idea, having existed in other single-player RPGs in a different form, but now theoretically you could even be connected to all kinds of worlds and thus players. For example, you as a player chose your home world, and that was where your character and progression was tied. When traveling the world, you could encounter 40 people server shards, like the Haga Basin, the main PvE area of the game, while the Deep Desert or the social hubs in the game could carry as many as like 300 players. Now, none of these numbers are even close to being massive or classified as an MMORPG except for the fact that the world server can hold up to like 1,500 players, so it just feels like this unnecessary burden you place on your own game and expectations that come with it. When had you just had a survival game with MMO elements, people would have been impressed. And that's what you shifted towards later on anyway. You could have managed and even surpassed expectations. Immediately after this info drop was a delay pushing the game briefly with a promised launch on the PC only, still set to come later in the year, in the summer of 2025. It was a bit strange that so close to launch, key core details were barely being laid out and explained. Meanwhile, Funcom was dropping their MMO label, which they would admit only a month before the game was going to launch, in a totally bizarre turn. Whether this was because they didn't think they qualified, or as they stated, they thought that the game was veering too much into the MMORPG direction, which, sorry, doesn't make sense as a pejorative, and only makes sense as a pejorative if you couldn't deliver on that vision, so you didn't want the expectations that came with it. The core of Dune Awakening, though, was a survival game. You spawned, gathered resources, and built your base. You then must defend your base against the elements, as well as survive them in your attempt to garner more loot and make your chosen faction the winner of the Landsrat in the Deep Desert. The Landsrat is the incredibly complex sounding system that's essentially reduced to being just a weekly quest system with rewards for each faction. This has already existed for decades. The winning faction reaps the benefit. Hooray. I might sound like I'm being reductive, and maybe I am because of my voice and stuff like that. Thanks, genetics. But the system literally is a collection of weekly repetitive fetch or kill quests. Not to mention, the majority of the tasks are just for larger groups and take place in the Deep Desert, the in-game zone that was PvP focused, with really good rewards and benefits. This Deep Desert, of course, was hostile. Think old school RuneScape's wilderness, but with a rotating map, more instances, and being connected to all of the worlds. This system had the markings of being quite controversial, even already. And no, not because it's an in-game PvP zone. The issue being, suddenly the game is more of a survival game, and thus people are wondering, well, like with most survival games, can't we just make a private server, or a PvE-focused server that can still experience the content? Funcom's answer, no. In fact, private servers hadn't even been mentioned yet. That meant Funcom had the idealistic goal of combining PvP and PvE players together, but we're trying to spearhead it by introducing an in-game PvP zone. While this might sound like it makes sense, as we soon will find out, to create harmony between PvP and PvE players, something like most MMORPGs almost all exhibit, I should add, you have to build a world for that from the ground up, and be careful lest you make the same mistake that New World already made, which was trying to be too hardcore without any idea how, and then capitulating into a totally different and subpar game in the end. In a surprising move, but baller move in my eyes, Funcom would let their new survival game get tested with no NDA. The clever part was the game was front-loaded in terms of content, with the Haga Basin, the main storyline of the game, being able to be completed completely solo even, and this would give players a false sense of what was to come, thinking that the rest of the game was going to be this fleshed out. Ironically, this is a Funcomism, with them most famously having done it with Age of Conan back in the day, who had this very fully voiced interactive story, and then suddenly after that, fetch quests and a marathon running around to follow. This is likely why many players weren't able to find the clues before the game launched. Well, not all players. Detectives, on the other hand, were catching clues left.
My wife just left me.
If you check out the Dune Awakening Direct too, you see players were already asking for when the gameplay and combat were going to be showcased, and wanting more of the nuts and bolts to be showcased too. Reading the comments on the Direct 3 though, and you realize some detectives were right from the beginning. Gameplay, more specifically, the combat was shown for the first time, and it was rough.
No, she just like got mad and left.
Like with ranged combat and
is this water or
ice? The melee combat was even jankier than Conan Exiles. This was
it's not ice.
Because melee was the primary form of combat in the Dune universe. That's because you can't even shoot a shield with a laser without causing like a nuke.
I knew it was gonna be dumb just from the design.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. You know I had to drop that somehow. But the warning signs were there for Dune Awakening. And that's why, despite being a longtime player of Funcom games, including Conan Exiles at nearly 100 hours, I refused to play Dune Awakening because I saw too many of the same patterns.
Yep.
Funcom would make even more clues this time in an incredibly confusing manner, though, with announcing private servers literally a week before the launch of their game. Catch being, you had to pay for them. Even if you did, they were not fully customizable, which is something that their previous game of Conan Exiles even allowed for. This felt like a slap in the face. At first it felt like the excuse was, well, the game was meant to be more like an MMO, and then they dropped that, and suddenly still committed to the same plan, so people pushed back, and now we have a private server, but they aren't even close to what we're looking for, especially since they are still connected to the same deep desert in the end. I'll give you my personal opinion on this whole thing. If Funcom was going to make a controversial decision and integrate an in-game zone for PvPvE with the chance of full loot, if you have a specific Landsrat, for example, outside of it, or they get eaten by a worm or partial loot, like losing materials or resources, they couldn't half-ass it. They had to look at games in the past who already did and attempted this stuff and try to see why they succeeded or failed. That's why we created the whole series, guys. A simple example is allowing for insurance systems, where you can't just lose your stuff, including your structure. This could even include a packing system for structures, which actually existed in Star Wars Galaxies, a game from the early 2000s. Another example is allowing for a social hub that actually has a purpose, besides just being an NPC trade location turn-in, which is what it became in Dune Awakening. You do this by adding multiple things I talked about, and even adding like mini-games and passive buffs for going to certain places, and generally just making places fun to be at and hospitable, not just like set pieces that look cool. And you have to give them more to do than just be heroes or soldiers. Dune Awakening was the perfect kind of game to allow for other alternative paths of play. Gathering only, crafting only, and even like subterfuge. You have to give players a reason to congregate, work together, and socialize, especially in a guild-centric game too. Oof, that's where the other nail in the coffin comes from too. It's the faction system. One of the most powerful tools in balancing a PvPvE game, and almost like required tools, is the faction system. And in Dune Awakening, it was a total dud. Dark Ages of Camelot, a PvPvE game from the early 2000s, was able to seamlessly blend PvP and PvE, and they did it by having 3 main factions and dividing their PvP and PvE early game zones properly. We'll talk more about that in a bit though, because regardless of whatever issues were plaguing the game, and promises that they could keep working on it until it was ready, Dune Awakening was set to launch the following month. Dune Awakening would launch June 10th, 2025, and much like Funcom's other past projects would be...
That was literally 5 months ago, and he's doing a death of a game. See, the industry is dying. But I mean, this one was a really predictable one. We knew that Funcom just cannot design. The only game they've ever done that's been even remotely successful, well, there's 2. It's Conan. Age of Conan was actually successful when it first came out, or at least they sold a lot of $60 copies and made their studio. And there was a period there for about 3 weeks when everybody thought that it might actually be a contender to to take down WoW. And of all those games, I think Age of Conan was the one that actually was good, that did have good graphics and good music and good premise. And you could piss on people. There was titties, and it was kind of like Mortal 2. Actually, really was, and it's still out there. It's still a good game, kind of. And it's violent. You can chop off people's heads and arms and shit like that. And it was an MMO, which was a fresh take. And it had directional combat, but it was better directional combat than Mortal, and it wasn't mouse based. It was button based, so you had to press like ASD, and your sword would go left, right, or up. You always had to match whatever attack the mob did, and it was skill based combat, and it was fun, and I liked the game, and I tried to convince my best friend to play it. But then 3 weeks in, you could tell that the company couldn't design. All of those flashy things, they were boring after 3 weeks, except for the titties. The titties never got boring, but the rest of it did. It got kind of boring. The graphics were always pretty, probably still pretty today. It was way more graphically pleasing than it had a right to be. And they dumped a lot of money on that part of the budget, and then they disappeared and showed back up with Conan Exiles on the PlayStation 4 like 10 years later. And Age of Conan made it maybe a year. And then I thought they took it down, but then I think they went back and tried again, and they made it Unchained, and they tried a 2.0, and they couldn't get it going because it's still too niche of a game. Kids can't play it because it's got titties and pissing in it, like Mortal. And without the kids, you can't sell MMOs. You have to have an adult, like really dedicated adult Conan crowd. And it's weird. I could have seen Warhammer being an adult game that actually would have done well with titties and pissing and blood and chopping off arms and stuff like that. I think Warhammer would have been okay. Warhammer, you can do a lot with that world. But Conan is like 5 races, mostly in the desert, mostly just weird, shitty, like Cthulhu stuff about being in the desert and fighting desert things. Age of Conan is okay. It was a playable game. At times it can be fun if you were first playing a survival game, and it did jump at me the first time I played it. But then the first sandstorm, and I was like, no, I lost an entire set. The sandstorm sucks, and there didn't really seem to be a cure for it, even if you built a base, unless you went to a cave, and then you would have to sit in the cave for like 15 minutes while the sandstorm passed. And I was just like, no. And that was the same bullshit that they did with Dune Awakening. It was a little bit better, slightly better, a little bit more mobility and stuff. But I swear to God, they have been making the same fucking game for so long. Age of Conan wasn't like Conan Exiles, but Conan Exiles was like Dune Awakening, and Dune Awakening is like Conan Exiles. There's not really much difference in the games. Dune Awakening is more modern. I played it for about 8 hours, and it was like all right. It was like a really bad Rust clone. Reminded me of like the worst sides of like Ark. It reminded me of like the bad sides of Ark, because it's kind of like this popcorny AA studio that doesn't really know how to design combat. Not really. I would say their best attempt at combat, and all 5 of their crappy MMOs that failed, including the original one, Anarchy Online, was Age of Conan was the only one that had an acceptable combat system. And after 3 weeks, you were just like, I don't want to do this forever. It was a crappy, really niche combat system that most people just couldn't appreciate. The WoW players didn't like it at all. They left. They disappeared in like 3 weeks. And when the WoW players left, that was the death of Funcom. We never expected to ever see them again, because they dumped their entire goddamn bucket into the fucking worthless ass play that Age of Conan was. And I mean, it did keep people there, and it did put butts in the seats for about a month, and it did sell like probably 500,000 copies or something at $60 a pop. So Funcom didn't die, and they used that money, and they abandoned Age of Conan, which we didn't like. We thought maybe they might be able to fix it, but no, they abandoned it, and we didn't like that. That was, I'm doing my death of a game for this thing, because I know more about this than this idiot does. I played all the games for at least 10 hours or more, or some of them like 100 and stuff. So I put about 100 hours into Age of Conan. I put about 40 hours into Conan Exiles, and I am against Conan lore anymore. when I was a kid, there was an interesting television show. There was an interesting television show about Conan that was actually way, way better than it had any right to be. But it was also really dumb and schlocky. It was way too cheesy for how really, really mature it was trying to be. And there was another show like that, like Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that, that was like super schlocky, and it played out like Voltron and kind of anime-ish and stuff, and so did the Conan television show. But the Conan television show was genuinely good. Now, it didn't put a lot of butts in the seats and got canceled, but it was good, and that's the only form of Conan lore that I like, except for the original Schwarzenegger movie. And all the rest of it, I would say, is like this inferior Warhammer that was supposed to be this crazy huge world that Robert E. Howard wrote. And I am a Robert E. Howard fan. I read a lot of Robert E. Howard when I was young. Robert E. Howard. He was the guy who came up with Conan, and he came up with like Krull the Conqueror, and there's a bunch of them. I can't even think of all the names. There was an Arabian one. I can't think of it. Maybe, I don't know. The basis for Prince of Persia, but I can't remember the name of the actual character. Alibaba, I think it was, actually. Was it Alibaba and the 40 Thieves? I think, yeah, there was a bunch of cool Robert E. Howard stuff that ended up being really big canon. This stuff like Popeye ripped off. Because you know, Robert E. Howard was a really, really above his time 20s like fantasy and sci-fi author, but he was coming up with stuff like entire worlds that were as big as Warhammer, that were like the Conan world, the Krull the Conqueror world. There was like a Kazam world that was about a genie. There was a cowboy one. I can't remember the name of it. You know, I'm not that big of a Robert E. Howard guy, but I did read his whole collection. So I happen to know a lot about Robert E. Howard since I was a kid. I always have, and I am interested in the Conan world because the original Schwarzenegger film is the fucking block that video game RPGs stand on. The original Conan film with Schwarzenegger from the 70s or 80s, I don't know when it was made. It was so good and so like unabashedly its own movie that was not afraid to be who it was. And the only other movie I've ever seen like that, there's a few, A Boy and His Dog, all those red-coated movies, Red Dawn, or the first Mad Max remake was really unhinged, and so was the second one, really. Just totally its own movies. That Mad Max was always something that wanted to be its own thing, that, you know, that didn't ever equivocate. And Robert E. Howard was known for that in the writing scenes, and these books were really, really big in the writing scenes and the Pulp Fiction scenes, especially Conan the Barbarian, which was like the basis for basically most modern RPG stuff. So you can trace like Zelda back to Conan, you can trace Skyrim back to Conan, you can trace, you know, all the big RPGs. They're all just remakes of that original Schwarzenegger film. WoW is a remake of that original Conan film, and all the classes in WoW are the actual main characters of the Conan Schwarzenegger film. I know a lot about Conan, and I was interested in it because it is the prototype, or I'll say the archetype, of all modern fantasy, and it was written in like 1925 or something like that, right after World War I. And not only did he make the Conan universe, which is as big as the Warhammer universe, and it spawned television shows and lots and lots of fantasy knockoff books and lots of toys and figurines for the television show. And Conan was a success as an IP and always has been. And for some reason, they let Funcom have it. Funcom has never done justice to Conan in any fucking way or form. The only cool thing at all, I know because I played all these games, I know this company. You know, it's funny, I remember the last time somebody asked me about Funcom was when I was playing Quinfall. The fucking main dev of Quinfall, he like added me. And I knew he was the main dev because fucking Kira was talking about him on a movie. And he added me and he was like, hey, Skycatlive, you seem really knowledgeable about MMOs. And I remember what he said, and I was like kind of interested that a main dev was talking to me that actually did have like 2,000 people in his game. And a main dev chose to talk to me because he liked my opinions and agreed with me. And he was like, and I said something. He was like, hey, Skycatlive, and he added me, which I don't usually get from people because I'm not a very social person anymore. I remember what he asked. He was like, what's your opinion of what Dune Awakening is going to be for the MMO industry? And I remember the question. It was a good one. And I was like, an absolute adjunct failure that'll be a death of a game inside of a year. I did say that. I said that verbatim. That's what I said. I said it's going to be an adjunct failure. Complete failure inside of a year. It is not a threat to you, sir. That's what I said to him. I was like, it is not a threat to you, sir. Your game will be better than theirs. And it was. Quinfall is better than goddamn Dune Awakening. It is better. It's not a good game, but it's better than Dune Awakening. So, because it's got base building that actually is good, like at least good, because it's got a real world. It's got, you know, better graphics, I would say. It isn't as annoying to play. The combat sucks worse than Dune Awakening, but everything else is better. The auto travel, the mounted travel, all that stuff is better in Quinfall. And so the Quinfall dev, who I was literally, when he asked me that, I was watching a video by Kira about how the Quinfall dev had stole assets from the Unity store. And as I left this game, he asked me, he for some reason, he added me in the chat, and he was like, what's your opinion of how well Dune Awakening is going to go? Because I was the only streamer left on his game. So he just asked me as a streamer, he was like, well, how do you think, you know, Dune Awakening is going to go? And I was like, it's, you know, it's going to make it maybe a year. It's going to be an adjunct, terrible failure. Like it'll be a death of a game within a year. And it was actually 5 months. And look, we're watching the video that I referenced that day. I was like, it will be a death of a game within a year. And I knew it would be, because it always is. The last 5 titles that they did, except for Anarchy Online, was a success. All the rest of them were not. They all died within a year. And I knew it because I've done it 4 times and dumped like $500 into that worthless, crappy company. I don't even know their name because I don't care to know. These people, or I do know. It's, yeah, who makes this company? I can't remember the name of the fucking company. Yeah, who's the company that makes Dune Awakening? I can't think of the fucking name. It's you know, who does Dune Awakening? Who made Dune Awakening? Funcom, right? Yeah, Funcom. So Funcom, and I told him, I was like, you are not threatened. I know that you're in the slow private race, and I talked to the dev for like a few paragraphs and stuff, and I was like, this guy is not a threat to you. He has a lot more money than you, but you're a better developer than him. And I was right. I think Quinfall will last longer than Dune Awakening did. He's not doing a death of a game for fucking Quinfall, because Quinfall's got like a dedicated 2,000 player like 2,000 player Turkish dedicated community. And honestly, they were a delight to be around. They all spoke English, and the people that were on Quinfall were my type of people. They were kind of like EverQuest or WoW people, and they were nice to each other. And I liked the community on that game. It was just a very, very small community. And any given time, there was only 300 people online. So I was like, well, Quinfall's dead. I don't play MMOs with 300 fucking people. But I liked the game, and of the two, I thought Quinfall was a much, 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 much better game in terms of its potential of what it could be done if it was fixed up and got the budget it needed. I didn't think Dune Awakening could be done. Anything could be done with it, except for, and I wanted to say something nice about them. I really feel that Conan Exiles was the first time we ever got a truly good climb mechanic that was done in the mainstream, even though you can't call Conan Exiles in the mainstream. And they also sort of got like grappling hooks and like sailing, or not sailing, but soaring and stuff like that, right? And I would say that the mobility that they brought to the survival scene, it was good. And they tried to take a stab at grappling hooks and climbing up mountains and stuff, which is something that we've had since Daggerfall. Being able to climb up a wall like you have picks on your boots or something, right? But like, or you're trying to climb like a telephone pole with picks on your boots or something like that, is kind of like their whole thing about climbing a mountain. And the big game that made the climbing stuff really big, and I know all my video game stuff, all of it, was the Wii game, the Zelda Wii game, which is another game that pays a lot of homage to the sort of style of Robert E. Howard and Conan. Link was always kind of like a Conan character, kind of. And all the RPG characters are kind of like Conan characters, and know your archetypes. Conan is where we get modern RPGs from. It's where we get rogue, wizard, hunter, warrior, all that stuff that's in Dungeons and Dragons. That was all created as archetypes as prototype classes. But they were all main characters in these Pulp Fiction novels that Robert E. Howard was writing, probably for a drug addiction or to take care of his wife and kids or something. We don't know, but or something. But anyways, he was a very prolific writer. He wrote a lot of what they call IPs, intellectual properties, that ended up being movies that sucked, or television shows that were barely acceptable, or video games that were all like barely acceptable. But there was a time when people kind of thought that Conan might be the next Star Wars, because the first Conan movie was almost as successful as the first Star Wars movie. It was that good, and it still is that good. It's canon like Star Wars A New Hope is. It's that good of a movie. Conan is a really genuinely good fucking movie. There's a lot of really savage stuff in it. There's good magic. There's good battle and the good melee battles. And who doesn't love Arnold Schwarzenegger? Terminator, man. Fucking great. So that saved Conan, because they hadn't touched Conan's IP. They bought it from Robert E. Howard in like 1945 or something, but they didn't touch it again until like 1976, when they made Conan really, really big with the Hollywood blockbuster. So then Conan wasn't touched ever again in any way or form there was other sequel movies that sucked, kind of. They were like canon movies, so they were okay, but they weren't good like the first Conan was. And then they made remakes like 50 years later, but that was the extent of the Hollywood Conan. It kind of died out pretty fast by the 80s. And then Conan was rebirthed with Conan, Age of Conan, when Funcom bought the Conan IP. I believe Funcom owns the Conan IP, which is fucking crazy. They thought they were going to just keep making MMOs for like 50 years in the Conan license, which is what they did. They made Age of Conan, Conan Exiles, and then